Welcome to the second installment of the ATS RLSS Champions Cup. Joining me tonight is BlakLightning, and today 16 teams, the best of RLSS and ATS, converge into one event over 2 nights. Today we see the 16 best teams play. Tomorrow you'll only see 8. BlakLightning, today is a Swiss bracket. 16 teams are in. Only 8 can move out, and with the last tournament, how competitive that was, this is only going to be even more competitive.
Well, this is my first time going on stream for the ATS and RLSS Champions Cup, so I'm rather excited to see what these 16 teams all bring to the table tonight. I know first up, we on our stream anyways, we have Affinity, Sapphire, and ODU Monarchs. I'm excited. I'm definitely excited. These teams all deserve to be here. They all played phenomenally to get their invites. I just really hope to see some really good team plays, some fantastic mechanics out of these guys, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to see what these guys have in store for us.
You said as well. Hopefully all is going well. I apologize for the bracket, by the way. Somebody has messed things up, and we've got a different team here. So we'll hopefully get things sorted out very, very soon for all of you. But for now, again, what a night we have of action here for the Champions Cup. As man, we got a great first match. Well, you said it. Affinity Sapphire and ODU Monarchs over. ODU Monarchs and Affinity were both here in the last Champions Cup, I believe. I know for a fact ODU made top 8. They were one of the high seeds coming in. I believe Affinity Sapphire just missed out on a top 8 finish. So, I mean, when we talk about teams that have been here before, these are some of the few teams that actually have been here before. It's not common. A lot of these teams are very new. They are not. They've been here, and they've gone through the trials and tribulations. Affinity Sapphire did also make top 8 in that last event, but neither of them made it further. Yeah, great time for them to really stretch things out and do even better.
And as we go through this early stages of this Champions Cup, this is going to really be a kind of precursor to see how these teams can get the ball rolling and gain some momentum and traction. Because on these early stages, I think it's really important for teams to establish themselves and get a good rhythm going now, rather than trying to fumble through the tournament and maybe leave themselves open to mistakes later down the line. I really hope that, these two teams went in and played some games, got some stuff rolling for them, just to get themselves all warmed up and ready to go before this match. I have seen it in the past where teams definitely have come in cold, and it makes a huge difference when you have a organization and a team coming in all hyped up, ready to go. And especially in my own experiences in small league play, like with IGL back in the day, and United Rogue, 2 tournaments that were very prevalent back in the days. United Rogue obviously is still going. IGL, unfortunate loss in the Rocket League scene, but I do believe that was replaced by LOS Champs. So that's good that the people that were running that are back, but I digress from that. It's just a lot of players don't put enough stock into getting a good warm-up in before they fully commit to a game, and that makes a difference. It definitely makes a difference.
You're not wrong about the whole idea that warm-ups do make that difference, and the fun thing about this is that I know for a fact Affinity Sapphire had their warm-up coming into this. I remember talking to Leopard beforehand. He's someone who I know pretty well. He's not a caster in the Ascend Tournament series, but he talked about that. They were actually having a warm-up. They want to get this match started as early as possible. They mentioned if they could push the match up from its original start time, so these players are already here. They're 10 minutes early. They want that match to begin now, and I say, why not get it going? Why not get that match underway? Again, Affinity Sapphire, ODU Monarch Silver, only 2 of the 16 teams in this tournament, and a lot of them have a lot to prove here as well, as we'll actually get another pause here. One of the teams is going for a bathroom break right before the match started. So some things just never change, right? In these leagues, you know, it's starting early because of weird team changes, but also because bathroom breaks at like the worst possible time. You gotta love having changes like this. But again, it's an exciting time for all these teams. Exciting time to be in this tournament. All about how you play here. There we go. Our bracket's been fixed. Sorry about that, everybody. But kind of looking at this lineup, you yourself have a little bit, you know, may not know all these teams so well, but is there any team that you see on this list that you are kind of interested in? A team that you're like, wait a second, watch out for them?
I would definitely be keeping my eye out on Incorrect Indigo. I mean, you're a sub team of a professional Rocket League team. You're already getting that kind of top tier coaching, or at least have access to it. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're able to do in terms of playing as a group and as a team going through this bracket. As for like the rest of them, I'm not too personally familiar with a whole lot of these names on here. As I did say, this is my first time coming through here and casting for the ATS RLSS Champions Cup. So the ones that jump out to me are Incorrect Indigo, 100X Breeze, and 100X 35 Horizon. Those are the only three teams that really jump out at me. So I'm coming into this pretty blind, and I'm definitely excited to be shown some teams that I don't necessarily know much about. So it's definitely going to be a learning experience for me here, and I just hope that I find out some new teams that I'm going to be rooting for by the end of the night.
Well, you'll have 8 teams at the at least that you could go and choose from at the end of this night. But yeah, I like that you mentioned Horizon. Horizon's a team that I like as well. They were the team that won our ATS Ascension Cup the last time we ran it. As well, they were the team. They used to be known as Team Koki, but then some of the players split off, and so they've actually completely rebranded, completely changed their roster around a little bit, and brought up some different players that have now ranked up into that GC2 range, GC1, GC2. They're actually a surprisingly high-ranked team. For being from that Ascension Cup, they've ranked up really quickly, so they're a scary team to watch. You might want to see them. They might do what no Ascension Cup team has done before, which is make it to the top 8. Same has gone for the Rocket League Splash Series Riptide Cup. They have 2 teams from there in this event, both of them actually pretty scary. Hawaku NSG being one of them, the other being Godfall Gaming. So you want to watch out. Hawaku NSG specifically also got second in the Ascension Cup, but they more importantly got second in the Rocket League Splash Series Riptide Cup, which is what they represent this event. On the other side, maybe some of the more favorites, you know, some of the favorites to win this one. You can't just not talk about HSG Pronoia, and specifically Quest, who's their captain. He's been all over the place. HSG is a pretty old org, and they're the scariest team coming in this event, so I'd watch out for them. But let's talk about some teams who have already gotten things started, who have already been here before. We've got our best of 5s underway. All matches best of 5. It's 5-round Swiss action. Both these teams at 0-0. Affinity Sapphire on the blue, Odio Monarchs silver on the orange. Both these teams have made it to top 8 in the last event. Will one or even both of them make it here? Well, this will be a great way to get things started.
Exactly, and it looks like the side of the Sapphire team is definitely coming out of the gate a little strong here, as they did have that early pressure but not able to make much of it. And it quickly transitioned over to ODO Monarchs having the ball, but this big clear opens up some room for a Sapphire. This one's going to pop out into the air. Naza's going to bring this one down the field. Defender gets back as Hughdog pops that one off the sidewall. Looking for an opportunity. Shot on, but flip out, not able to quite get back in time as the demo rolled out on the back line.
And the first goal of the Champions Cup underway. It's from the captain of Affinity Sapphire in Hughdog. And that's the fun thing about both these rosters. They're relatively unchanged. Although for Affinity Sapphire, the major change for them, the only real major change we've actually are going to see here, is the fact that they added in Lepid. But even Sharky, who we didn't get to see last event, is not much of a change. He was their coach last event. He was even their sub as well for a time. So now he's on that starting roster. Now he's playing for them. You mentioned as well for both of you, and I like that you mentioned as well some of the players there. This roster hasn't changed all that much. And you mentioned Nas, or I believe that's Keo, actually, but the name he goes by in ODU Monarchs. This roster is unchanged from the last event they played in, except for I think the addition of Just Dan, but even then, he was a possible sub for that last event. His ODU team hasn't changed all that much. It's the It's a collegiate roster, one that won in the ATS Apex Cups back in Season 1. They've been invited back as a replacement for a team that actually dropped out right before this event started, so in a way, they're just playing for fun. They don't have anything to prove. The way that they got here, very different than most teams, but yet, they made it to top 8 last event, and with how tough competition is nowadays, they'll be a really good team to watch to see how good the competition has gotten now, if they can make top 8 again, because right now, Affinity looking a lot better. Dog's shot will be cleared away. Sharky to the back wall, and I think for Affinity Sapphire, they themselves have a lot to prove. Last event, struggled to get through, was a middle road team during all that Champions Cup, could only win and get out in round 5. And by the end, they faced the #1 overall seed in that tournament next to New, a team that eventually got 2nd place. This event, without other 2 finalists from last event, this might be a huge opening for Affinity Sapphire.
They quick to turn the ball down the field off of a messed up team play there on ODO Monarchs side, as here's a shot on net, but it's defended by Sharky. An unfortunate turn of events, as Affinity Sapphire is going to have to go flying down the field pretty quick, as Dog has this one in tow. Not able to quite get to it, though. It is cleared back down the opposite side. Shot attempt on, but flip out's there this time. But the follow-up is too quick, and just like that, Affinity Sapphire is going to go up by 2 here, and we are just past that halfway point. So there's a little bit of time left for this ODU Monarch team to make a comeback, but it does not seem too likely with the touches and the precision that Sapphire is showing.
Yeah, Affinity Sapphire again, playing from the RLSS Apex Cup. What am I saying? RLSS Surge Cup, different name. Apex is ATS, Surge is Rocket League Splash Series, that they're one of the higher ranked teams in this event than part of that Surge Cup group. But I think another big thing to always talk about in these events is the clash between the Ascent Tournament Series and the Rocket League Splash Series and every single Champions Cup. Last event, the prediction was that it was going to be relatively even between ATS and RLSS on who would actually make that top 8. It ended up not being that way. RLSS dominated last event. 6 of the top 8 teams from the Rocket League Splash Series. And for the Ascent Tournament Series, none of them made it to the semi-finals. So for, I think, ATS this time around, a much different skill level, much different level competition. I think for Ascent Tournament Series specifically, looking to prove themselves around the field, especially with the recent changes in that tournament structure, the tiering, the likelihood that this version of the Champions Cup will not be run again. Affinity Sapphire gonna try to take this chance here, but it will be upfield again. Keo, the corner, looking to pinch this one away. Leopard across the field for Dog, and Affinity Sapphire trying to get on top of this, trying to get that 3rd goal, really secure game 1, really get themselves off to a great start. They're looking in field, they found the connection, and ODO Monarchs, I think consistently like to ODO Monarchs did last Champions Cup, very, very slow starts, and well, again, it was an issue for them last event around. They had to get out in round 5. They really struggled being the #1 overall team from the Ascent Tournament Series. There was a lot of pressure from them. They're really looking this time around to get themselves off to a good start, but this really hasn't had any signs of it.
Yeah, they definitely have been struggling to get the ball rolling here. ODU Monarchs definitely look like they're struggling in teams of team chemistry, as Leopard's trying to bring this one down the field. Dog will take over even though he has low boost. Does get the demo, so it's going to be a 2v3 here. As Sharky pops this one into the corner, we wind down to the final 20 seconds. Affinity Sapphire still holding that strong 2-goal lead, as Dog's going to receive this one, taken over by Sharky, and they're going to team play this one against the wall, trying to move it down the field. As Flip Out pops this one out for Leopard. Nas will get there. Won't be looking at another goal quite yet. Final opportunity for Affinity Sapphire. Bump on the back line, not going to connect. As Dog's going to rotate out. Ball still up on 0 seconds. Nas is going to pop this one up down the field. ODU looking for at least one before the game's over. Shot is there, but it's just wide. So Affinity Sapphire will shut them out in game 1.
And a great start here for Affinity, the only team for Affinity aboard in either of the Champions Cup we've had so far. Affinity Sapphire coming out with a strong start. Again, as you said, shutting out ODU Monarch Silver. Again, it's still a very good ODU team, even though in recent history they have somewhat regressed in their abilities. Overall, they are not the same team they used to be, just due to the fact that roster longevity generally doesn't work out so well what has happened here is Affinity Sapphire coming into this. Again, their roster hasn't undergone too many changes, but you can tell they still have that life in them. And they still want that top 8 finish. They want to do as best they can. Again, I think these are teams you want to look at. In between these, for this tournament, to kind of compare how scary the competition is now from then, because in theory, it should be a lot tougher, but these teams are improving with them. We'll just have to see more here. And we'll have to see if ODU Monarchs can even warm up, because it really didn't look like they ever warmed up into this game. It just looked slow from them, which was an issue they had last event. They came in very, very cold, very, very slow, and they almost lost out in day one.
Yeah, it's definitely something you got to keep your eye on when you're coming into a series like this. You got to make sure you're firing on all cylinders, that you're ready to go. As Sharky's going to miss this one, it's going to turn over to UDog, who's going to fire this one at the back wall. Won't be able to convert that into anything quite yet, as Lepid's going to bring this one down the field, looking for an opportunity. Turned away by Dan there. It's still dangerous on the orange side. Flip out looking for a clear opportunity, but only finds UDog, who's going to push this one out to center. Pass attempt to Sharky will be there. It goes high off the backboard, and the double tap is denied. Nas coming away with that save. Lepid will read this one out in the midfield. Ball still staying strong on the orange side. Affinity Sapphire looking to build on that game that they just had. That 2-0 shutout definitely looking like it was a confidence boost for them, as they're playing exceedingly aggressive. As Lepid's going to be waiting on the wall. Pops this one out. UDog following up quickly. Flip out's there. Gonna opt to fake the challenge and look for an opportunity to get this one off of the orange half, but it's too quick to turn back around, and Lepid will convert that one into a goal for Affinity Sapphire.
And they're still well in control here. Affinity Sapphire just not trying anything too risky, not trying anything too crazy. They're just doing what they want to do here. They're just playing their game, and Affinity Sapphire is doing it well. They really have not stopped since the end of game one. They have not slowed down, and again, ODU Monarch Silver don't seem to have too much of an answer for that one. Affinity looking for yet another chance, and the scary part is just the amount of aggression they have, the amount of control they have. It's suffocating ODU, and Affinity Sapphire score once again. Their lead has doubled.
Now, one of those things that I'm noticing out of Affinity Sapphire is an oppressive midfield presence. The ball is almost exclusively staying on the orange side in this match, and when it does find its way onto the blue half, it's very quickly cleared and turned away. Speaking of turned away, Dan will bring this one out into the corner, only for it to be fired right back at the goal, as Lepid's going to bring this one up off the back wall. A good deflect away from the net. This one's going to be dangerous. Sharky on the wall looking for an opportunity to get this one out. It's going to be careening towards the net, still almost getting saved, but Dan will get the goal for that first goal for ODU Monarchs in this series.
And the first goal tonight, and man, it came pretty late in this one. 6.5 minutes just to get their first goal, and it came off that back wall whiff. It's something for ODU Monarchs, only one goal away from tying this, but the fact that it takes them this long to get their shooting going, that worries me. They've got to be a lot more efficient.
Absolutely. Efficiency is key here, especially with how this Affinity Sapphire team is playing. But there's a beautiful shot by Nas. What a read. Sharky not able to get to that. A quick turnaround by Monarchs. And this is more of what I want to see out of this team. That's a good team play, great passing, and great placement by Nas.
Yeah, you mentioned it as well there, Nas, aka Keo. That's a little bit more like the old ODU Monarch Silver team, that so heavy, so reliant on that passing, on reading each other. This team is one that has the mechanical ability. You see it from players like Keo. But even more importantly, they've got that team chemistry. They've been teammates for such a long time. You know, part of that old Dominion University side. This team has won numerous championships, has been at the top of the scene for so long, has been such a good team. And really, all of it hinges on how that team chemistry will feel. And at least for tonight, that's the first real showing that it might be coming back to them.
It's just going to be a game of how quickly are they able to get going and how quickly can they adapt. Affinity Sapphire is not going to provide a lot of opportunities. This one's going to cream down off the back wall. Nas will read it and will be able to convert that one into another goal for ODU Monarchs.
Just a beautiful touch there from Keo, and once again he's showing up and making sure people know who he is. That's the kind of scoring that you need to see teams make. That's the kind of play that Keo has always been good at. And that's why, players like him are going to be so invaluable. But in comes Sharky crashing into the net. And yet another goal in this game. Affinity Sapphire not letting ODU Monarchs walk all over them. They've got an answer.
Yeah, beautiful pass by Dog to get that one into the center, where one of his teammates was able to quickly dash in. And just like that, we're tied up at 3. A little under halfway left in this game, as Keo's going to bring this one up and into the air, but Dog's quick to turn that away. Lepid looking for a pinch, does get it by 1, but won't get it by Dan. This one's up, hanging in the air. Dog looking for a pass opportunity, redirects by a Lepid, not going to be shot in the correct place as Sharky brings this one off of the wall, out of the corner, not able to do anything with that one. Dog is in the midfield waiting for a read opportunity. This one's going to come in dangerous. Nas is going to have a shot attempt and won't be able to convert that one into anything on the side of Affinity Sapphire. Ball's dangerous on the blue side, looking to break out as Lepid will let Dog take this one, shot towards net and a quick read, but Flip Out's too quick to get back and they won't get a goal out of it. And another stop by Flip Out as he denies Dog this time, and now Lepid's going to try his chance. Won't be able to get it. Keo with the clear. Dan low boost on the corner there as Dog's going to get a tab. He's going to bring this one up off the back wall looking for a shot opportunity, but it goes wide and is blocked away by Dan. We're still tied up here with just a minute left as Sharky will convert this one for Affinity Sapphire.
And you knew it was going to break through at some point. This is how Affinity Sapphire has been winning these games. It's just been, as you said, oppressive, aggressive, and in the face of ODU Monarchs Silver. They have not let go. They have not let off the steam. That is what Affinity Sapphire is going to be doing here if you let them have it. And for ODU Monarchs, again, they have these bursts where they look so good, but they're struggling to win the midfield. And Affinity Sapphire continuing to take over these games because of it. Dog looking for a little bit of security, unable to get that one away, but an Affinity Sapphire back in the play, and at this point, it's all about keeping possession, keeping that ball upfield. To go for Affinity Sapphire, but the ball will be pinched down. Lepid to the back wall. Dog not able to get that one on targets, but ODU Monarchs back to look at to release as Sharky flip out. Dog is up in the air, and ODU Monarchs still searching. Dan not able to find the nets, and ODU Monarchs keep searching. Time is running out in Game 2. Affinity Sapphire got the lead early in this game, have been looking to hold it since they got it back. But ODU Monarchs attacking forward again. Flip out. Unable to convert. Great shot from Dan, but a little too weak. And Affinity Sapphire will turn it the other way. That one's off the post and nearly ended Game 2. Do ODU Monarchs have anything left?
Certainly time left on the clock, 5 seconds as ODU Monarchs are scrambling here. Flip Out reaching for the ball, won't be able to get it. Keo's going to keep this one alive. Can they reach it? Flip Out's going to bring this one into the corner. Up by Keo, won't be able to do anything with it though. It's going to touch the ground and Affinity Sapphire get off with game number 2. And barely do so, as it looked like maybe ODU Monarchs had something cooking there towards the end, just weren't able to convert it.
Yeah, but it is Game 2, and Affinity Sapphire only went away from a 3-0 sweep. Not only is Swiss just important to get those wins, but it's important as well just to, prove what you have, and to also just get yourself good game differential. Seeding matters in that top 8 bracket. I mean, for Affinity Sapphire, they got 8th seed in that last event, and that means they have to go against the team that swept them in that first round. They do a little bit better this event, and that first round is going to be so much more friendly for them. So every win, every game matters. That's why they're not letting up. That's why they're not going to let go at any point, because they know every game they play, it is one game closer, could be one game closer to a better seed.
And one of the things about Rocket League is that every season that passes, these teams are getting better and better and better. The skill curve has sharpened every single season that Rocket League has been out, as Keo's going to take an early shot on net, and we're not even 5 seconds into this game, and ODU Monarchs already have their first goal. This is a good turnaround for them. Compared to the last 2 games, this is probably the momentum they need to be carrying here, getting early goals and making sure that they get established here early.
You said, it needs to be early from ODU Monarchs. They just haven't done that in the last couple of games. This is a start that they desperately needed in this series, and really is a proving point for them. If they can win here, then they have a very good chance to put the pressure on Affinity Sapphire. But look at this from Sapphire. Infield pass, Lepid, need to put it on target. Dog from across, that's gone wide. Sharky with a flip. And it's Flip out, who will keep it out. Now Leopard, not able to get that one. And it will just be ODU Monarchs with it still. Hugh Dog, Keo, not a lot of boost to work with, can only get a single touch before Leopard. That one deflected wide and a breakaway down the field. Keo versus Hugh Dog, and that shot could have been a lot better. ODU Monarchs Silver wasting a huge opportunity. They're up by 1, but they very easily could have been up by 2 there.
Yeah, that might have been the exact opportunity to use something like a hook shot, but it just didn't come out, as that's another quick shot by Hugh Dog, but turned away by Dan. Flip out's gonna bring this one from the corner, but won't be able to get to it in time. As Hugh Dog scrambling back, Leopard is there in the net, but a quick pop by Keo won't find the net, as Affinity Sapphire find themselves on defense here. Missed touch by Flip out, keeps that one on the blue side. No 50 will come from it, as Leopard slow to bring this one from the wall. Good reason for doing so, as Keo blocked that one away. Hugh Dog brings this one right back out to the corners. Flip out brings this one up into the air. Sharky on the defense. He goes low. He gets the touch, but it's off the post. And Sharky will turn it away. Affinity Sapphire getting a quick break there, as it looked like ODU Monarchs definitely had that one chalked up to another goal. It just couldn't get the execution. And that is something that I noticed in the last 2 matches, is that both teams not quite hitting their shot opportunities that they're getting. Very large amount of shots being turned away on both sides.
Yeah, you could say defense, but yeah, I think a lot of it, and I would agree with you, is that offensive capabilities. Both these teams still just don't feel like they're at the top of their game. They're not the highest seeds in this event, but they're teams that are able to kind of run in, play dark horse, and contend for that top of the bracket, and you would expect them to do pretty well if they wanted to take this first round. Affinity Sapphire really struggling this game to get their chances. That first goal against them has really sucked out all the life from this team, and how important a series like this is for them against a very close seed. They need to play well. They need to take every game they can. That's a great pass, but what a block there. Keo Watt in the way as Sharky, Leopard, Sharky still. That one stopped by Flip out, but it's open. Oh, Leopard is with the open net. A huge opportunity, and Affinity Sapphire still look for another. Leopard again won't miss this time, and the game is tied.
Yeah, that is a key example of the extra defender on defense, as Leopard got turned away once by the post. Won't make that mistake again, as we're tied back up when we just passed that halfway mark. So this is definitely a slower paced game. I mean, there's still shots ringing towards the net, but both teams just making fantastic stops, trying to keep that offensive pressure at bay. And speaking of offensive pressure, ODU Monarchs has something cooking in the kitchen, as they're not able to convert. A close one for Keo, just couldn't quite get the finish there, as that one's going to be an own goal. Unfortunate for Sapphire, as Dan's going to get the credit for that one. I saw the vision there, just didn't quite turn out how they had planned.
As you said as well, just not how they really wanted it to, but ODU Monarchs, I don't think they're going to mind. They just need every goal they can get. At this point, they're sitting very far back under that pressure. But it is another lead that they'll look to hold. But Affinity getting warmer at the end nearing the end of this game. That's a miss. He got bumped out of the way. Oh, what a block! Keo Watt stands tall. A huge save.
Big stop there on the ODU Monarch side, as Sharky's looking to bring this one from the roof, but Obsolete Leopard take it instead. The shot is still there, but that one's wide, as Keo's going to bring this one out into the midfield off of the 50. Hugh Dog looking to convert this one into a pass opportunity. Neither of his teammates are there, though. Flip out brings a dangerous ball into the midfield, just barely gets the 50 out to the corner. Dan misses his touch, is going to leave Keo alone in the net with the 50 with Sharky. He ends up winning that one, so Keo's going to have the time to bring this one down the field. Leopard will steal that one away. However, it doesn't matter, as ODU Monarchs are playing fantastic defense. Final minute, and that one will sneak its way in, as Leopard again striking for the goal and finds his mark.
And for a player like Leopard, who's usually known to have issues getting upfield, being aggressive, he's fitting quite well in Affinity Sapphire, which really does surprise me, because he's a player overall who's been on teams where it just feels like he just hasn't been able to do that. But he's done it here. He'll take almost a third. It was nearly the lead for Affinity Sapphire. And Leopard looking quite scary right now for that blue side, looking to end the series in only 3 games. ODU Monarchs, can they keep this one going? Just Dan? Dog will pinch this one midfield. Flip out, waiting under this. That shot goes high. The net's there. Keo missed it though. He could have just put it under the bar, but it was just a tough angle for him. And Affinity Sapphire back in control with Leopard. Dunked out by Flip Out though, and without a lot of boost, Sharky doesn't have many options. They will keep this one away for now and take that corner. Dog now, not much in his tank, but Leopard following up. He's got a lot of boost, gets over, but RKO'd in the air by Dan. And Affinity Sapphire try to keep the ball, but it's ODU. Maybe with one more chance to take game 3. The bounce is good. They're waiting a lot here, but Affinity Sapphire will finally keep them away. Now they're looking field. Sharky! Oh, it's blocked to the line. That would have ended the series. And yet, we go to overtime.
Yeah, you can see that both of these teams are feeling the pressure right now, as there's some double commits and other things that were coming out in those series of plays leading up to OT. As Dan's going to bring this one down the field. ODU Monarchs looking to get in striking position as that one's passed out into the center. No shot attempt by Flip Out. He did dive for it, but won't get anything of it as Keo breaks that one up. Another follow-up by Dan. You can see Monarchs chomping at the bit to convert this one into a goal, as this one's going to be turned out into the midfield. Affinity Sapphire now flying down the field looking for something in terms of offense. We've already passed 30 seconds in this overtime as Leopard's going to opt for Sharky to take this one. Low boost in the side of Affinity Sapphire. Dog only one in it. The touchdown not there, and it's going to be turned away by Dog as Flip Out tried to take a shot opportunity. It's still dangerous on Affinity's side though, as Sharky's looking to get this one cleared out of danger. He does get it centered, but Keo is right there to pop this one back into the corner.
And Affinity Sapphire, man, they've been playing a lot of defense so far, but they're playing a lot more with the demos. They're taking aggression on a whole new light, looking to end this thing anyway. Dog! Not able to put it in! That shot could have done it as well. Sharky now. Leopard looking for the midfield touch. It's popped up by Dan. A great opportunity, but no one there for Affinity. And Flip Out clears it away. Dog waiting midfield. That touch straight down for Leopard mode. Affinity Sapphire, here's their chance to end the series. Leopard whiffed on the goal line, and Affinity at Sapphire will start their day off perfectly.
Good job by Leopard. He really played phenomenally in this game series. He definitely showed out, getting, I think, all 3 of the goals in this series for Affinity Sapphire, and that's definitely going to give him a good boost in confidence going forward. And both him and Dog had 8 shots on net. So that just shows you how much pressure Affinity Sapphire is putting on ODU Monarchs. And you know, they had their opportunities. ODU definitely had chances that weren't converted. Whether that just be they weren't in the proper rotation or whatever it may be. But this can be a learning experience for them. And hopefully they make the necessary adjustments to find success here going forward.
As you said as well, what a start to the night for Affinity Sapphire. 3-0 sweep. And only see good things happening for them with a win like that. But for ODU, just a sluggish start that really felt like they waited way too long to actually get into this series. You gotta give credit where credit's due. What a start for Affinity Sapphire. Definitely a good performance for a team that looking to make top 8 once again. But of course, that's only the start of the night, the start of all the matches. We've got a whole lot more to go through. We got a whole lot more action to work with. We'll be back very soon for round 2 of tonight's actions. And again, keep in tune, stick around, pay attention to our bracket, because I promise you, when we come back again, there's going to be a lot of storylines, a lot of things to talk about. But for now, we're going to go to intermission. We'll be back soon. here we... Good.
All right, everybody, and welcome back to the ATS RLSS Champions Cup number 2. I am BlakLightning, joined by Sporty FC. I hope you all enjoyed that first matchup between Affinity Sapphire and the Monarchs. Affinity Sapphire taking that 3-0 sweep. So they are moving on in stellar fashion and shining quite bright like the gems that they are. And now coming up, we have Pronoia versus the Visionaries. Both teams that are exceptional in their own right. Visionaries qualifying here and being a return team from the last Champions Cup. They finished second, not able to quite snatch the crown, but they are certainly close to getting it done. Looking to maybe change the script here this time around and find success where they failed to last time. Sporty, what are your thoughts coming into this match?
Yeah, I agree with you a lot of that. HSG Pronoia coming in as the team that won the RLSS Season 6 Surge Cup. They are the #1 overall team in this tournament, just due to the fact that RLSS generally does better in these events. What I really found interesting about Round 1, though, is how many sweeps we had as well. We had 6 sweeps in it. This is the, Visionaries, the only team coming off of a Game 5 win. But what I do find interesting about this match is the fact that these teams, even though they come from the same league, even though they're both from RLSS, that they're both have not played each other yet. They didn't play each other in the playoffs and didn't play each other in the regular season. So, a lot of questions, I think, on how these teams are going to perform, how these teams are going to play here tonight. I'm excited to see how it goes. What I'm also interested in seeing is how many RLSS teams are actually in this upper portion, because I think it's a pretty even split. Now, Pronoia's is RLSS, Incorrect in this top portion, they're RLSS. Visionaries and Godfall are RLSS. So is Affinity Sapphire. So it's actually 5 of the 8 teams are RLSS in this upper portion for round 2. But what we have coming up is some pretty impressive stuff.
And as you did mention on break, Pronoia did finish first in the RLSS League, so they earned their spot here quite handily. I didn't get to really take a look at the RLSS Champions Series over on their side, but that's definitely going to be something that I'm keeping an eye on further down the road. And I would say everyone should keep an eye on there as well if you guys aren't already doing that. It's definitely something where you get to see a bunch of up-and-coming players make their names in the bubble scenes first before they can take off and possibly find success later down the road. Now, you did mention that both of these teams are highly mechanical and very team-oriented, so you definitely noticed that, we saw some starting signs from Monarchs and Sapphire in the last match, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see with these two higher caliber teams. Not saying that the rest of the lower seeded teams are any lesser or any better. I just think that hearing what you had to say about these two teams definitely has me hyped up, and I'm excited to see what these guys can do.
You said as well. I'm excited as well. Both teams in the RLSS series. We're going to get one of these players. Of course, another player coming in with a different name than what they registered. So here we go. We're going to get things underway. Thank goodness. We're here for round 2. Both these teams are 1-0, by the way. They did just come from a win in round 1. The Visionaries, as I said, a Game 5 win over Slitherwest V2. HC Pronoia has just swept Evolve Skylight. So we've got some good action here to watch on this stream. HSG, Eddie Scarf Gang Pronoia, the #1 seed, next to new Visionaries. Themselves never competed against each other before. What a match we've got here. HSG on the blue, next to new Visionaries on the orange, and a huge point for both these teams, because whoever wins this will have 3 chances to go and play tomorrow. It's a huge deal, especially for teams like Pronoia, who are expected to do extremely well.
And if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, Atomic on the side of the Visionaries, isn't he another caster?
No, it's not. Yeah, that's Atomic Wrist.
Different Atomic. All right.
Different Atomic. Atomic's just a common name, unfortunately. That's Atomic Wrist, who actually has been on a couple different teams on this stream in the past. I think most notably he was on, I believe, Team Ignition not that long ago. But it's Icarus who flies through, and HSG will take goal 1. the favorites in this tournament, and they're starting off quite well, and starting off really nicely controlled.
Yeah, good demo play on the goal line there for the side of the blue team here. It's definitely good to see the physical play come out, as you know, Visionaries not able to quite get their defense in position in time to stop that onslaught of attacks. They tried to find opportunity here, but it's going to be turned down the field real quick, and the shot is off its mark. Not able to turn that one into another goal, as this one pops out to the corner for Atomic to read. Obadija will bring this one down the field, long clear, as Animal Killer will receive this one and bring it back the opposite way, only for it to be stopped in the corner. Shot attempt coming, but it's a wide pass. No shot to be found. Obadija pops this one high. Icarus with a quick turnaround, though. The defense is scrambling for the side of Visionaries, and Pronoia definitely looking strong on offense, keeping the offense coming in quick succession and keeping Visionaries on their toes.
And that #1 seed out of RLSS Surge Cup has a pretty special place in this tournament. Not only was that the seed that won last event, but it was Monarchs' team not found who won it too. A team that nowadays has gone on to do some pretty impressive things in the Rocket League's last series Tsunami Cup. So for teams like Pronoia, you know, and for you at least, since with your competitive history, BlakLightning, when it comes to watching teams that come into a tournament such a high seed with a lot of history that's favoring them, do you think that makes teams more nervous or more confident in matches like this?
I mean, it really could be either way. Like, on one hand, it definitely can shake a team up and get it into the back of their heads that, you know, like, oh god, like, these guys are really good, you know, we gotta play really well. And then on the other hand, like, it could also lead to extra confidence, be like, oh, these guys are really good, you know, we're matched up to them because we're just as good. It all depends on the mindset of the player, really. But Visionaries is definitely holding up on their holding up against them quite well. Pronoia is playing phenomenally, though. Just it's up to the side of Visionaries whether or not they're able to keep this going. I know they are getting taken out left, right, and center with these demos. As Anima Killer will bring this one up high. Waffles looking for the block, will get it. Trash was there, but just not able to quite get a shot on net, as Pronoia will be turned away only momentarily, as Trash Quest will send this one high, not finding his mark on the second touch. No, it is fielded by Animal Killer. Good 50 there from the side of Visionaries. Bring this one back out to the midfield. Atomic will 50 this one out to the side as Trash Quest looking for boost. Won't be able to find it as quickly stolen away. Animal Killer looking for a flip reset. Doesn't get it. Does get the fake though. Gets two defenders out of the way who are defending against a possible flip reset, but Animal Killer opted not to go for it.
Animal Killer, such a scary name. He's been in the Rocket League Splash Series, I think, since almost the very beginning. And he's been one of the best players in the league for just about that same amount of time. Whenever he has that ball, he can do some pretty magical things. So I would say if there's anybody to watch on this team, Anima Killer is the fun player to watch. But when it comes to the analytical side, playing the game well, you talked a lot about Trash Quest, or Quest as some people just call him. HSG Pronoia, he's their captain. He's also just such a good facilitator of the play. Such a nuts and bolts kind of player. He just keeps things simple, doesn't really push too far either, and he just kind of plays a consistent game plan whenever he can back up his teammates, and you really see him as that foundational aspect to allow players like Anima Killer, like Icarus, who are so mechanical, to find that kind of play to work, to find those chances. So really watch out for Quest specifically, because he's going to be the player that brings this whole roster together.
And speaking of coming together, it's going to be a team effort to push this one into the blue net, as Visionaries finally turn one into a goal against Pronoia. Just under a minute left, and they're now finding their first strike against them. That just goes to show just how competitive and dangerous this Pronoia squad is, because I'm definitely seeing really great things out of Visionaries, but it just seems like no matter what they do, Pronoia's there and one step ahead of them, as Kobadija will bring this one all the way around the field. Doesn't get the touch he wanted, so it's turned over to Trash Quest. Atomic making a quick read on the back wall. Will bring this one down to the midfield, looking for a flip reset. Does get the pop, but Icarus just there in time. Shot attempt is there, and Atomic will redirect it just enough to get it around an outstretched defender. Unfortunate for Anima Killer, just wasn't expecting Atomic to get a touch there.
That was beautifully well played from the Visionaries, and I love as well, they don't panic as well. They're in a position, they're taking on one of the scariest teams in the Rocket League Splash Series. I mean, it's the team that won last season in the Surge Cup. You can't get much scarier than that in this tournament. And when you talk about, you know, playing off against teams like this, it's so easy to let your nerves get the better of you, to overthink things, but it's always about those simple things. Never about trying anything too hard. To take down teams like this as the Visionaries, they'll have to play a little bit more defense. They've been playing a lot more on the defensive side so far as Icarus setting up for the shot. Waffles clears. Anima Killer off the back wall. In comes Icarus, but the shot not good. And we head to overtime in game 1.
Yeah, that almost was a conversion for Icarus, but he flew a little too close to the sun and wasn't able to find his mark. This Trash Quest will bring this one out to the corner. Dangerous play as Kobadija will have a shot attempt, and he will turn that one into a Visionary W as the defender in net, who I believe was not Trash Quest, it was Anima Killer. It just wasn't able to quite get to that ball in time.
And a great start for the Visionaries, who themselves coming in warm up that last Game 5 win. Really utilizing that amount of that quick turnover well. But what we really need to talk about a lot of, I think, you know, between these games, BlakLightning, is just, you know, the kind of pressure they're up against here. They did not win that game in terms of the offensive pressure. It was Pronoia who had a lot more of it, it felt, and it had a lot more, you know, game control. I mean, we just look at that. Look at that field domination. 60% ball possession, 61% in favor of Pronoia. You don't see heavy ball possession like that very often. It should tell you that Pronoia are the team in control right now, and that for Visionaries, that game 1 win is going to be hard to replicate.
Yeah, no, and most of those goals came late into the game after that 1 minute mark. So they're definitely feeling the pressure, but it does seem like they're adjusting okay in terms of the way that the game went. It's just, are they going to be able to keep that up? Because Pronoia was on their case the entire game, like you said. It's just going to come down to, are they going to be able to make the necessary adjustments so that way Pronoia doesn't have as much time on the ball? Because right now it's boiling down to quality versus quantity. The quality of shots out of Visionary was phenomenal. They made most of their shots that they took, and they didn't give up a lot of shot opportunities to Pronoia. But staying on defense for that long, 9 times out of 10 isn't a good thing.
It isn't going to be, and we'll see how Heady Scarf Gang Pronoia advance. I mean, I don't think we've really talked too much about the Next to New Esports name as well. This Visionaries team, the only one representing this org in this tournament, but Next to New Esports, were the org that got 2nd place in the last Champions Cup, with their very, very famous Next to New Kooks roster. That roster has since disbanded. That Champions Cup was the last event they played. Since the Next Team have been searching for their next team to kind of replace that, to fill in that void. The Visionaries, the team called into action for this tournament. But they've already gone off well, taken game 1. They should be happy just with that, even if it maybe is a game win that itself will be very tough to replicate. At least it's a win. Already off to a good start, really putting the pressure on HSG. But the Visionaries still looking for more. It's a hop in front. Icarus will be first to it, and atomic wrist beat there. Icarus able to get by Waffles. Quest already up. Waffles beats him there. Anima whiffed off the back wall, but Icarus will be there to cut it out. And HSG Pronoia out the other way. That's a great touch. Kobadija is flipping in his own net, but the shot not on. Anima Killer, that's going to go wide. And next new Visionaries, just getting this one out. A scary sight on defense, and that's what happens when you sit back so far. Pronoia is going to cook up some pretty good opportunities.
It's a scary time if you're Visionaries. You had a lot of close shots there that almost converted, but weren't found on the side of Pronoia. Is this one still dangerous on the orange side? That's a missed touch. Kobadija will have to pick up the slack. Anima Killer quick to follow it up, looking for a double tap. Will be once again denied by Kobadija, who again is challenging the ball. He is just the entire defense right now, as Atomic and Waffles are looking for boost and ways to get back into play, as Demos and Bumps are finding their ways into the backfield. Anima Killer turning that one away. Waffles getting a midfield pinch, looking for a teammate. Atomic will find the hole in the defense, and just like that, Visionaries find a 1-goal lead. And that may just be the very thing to start their movement into another game win.
And it comes from Atomic Wrist once again. He has been the lifeblood of the Visionaries this series. And when you talk about the caliber of players on his team, I mean, he's one of the more unknown players, Atomic Wrist. He's been around the league. He's a very good player, but he's one of the more unknown. I mean, when you compare him to players like Waffles, who I believe is an RLSS Riptide Cup champion, back when he was on Affinity Prospects, I want to say. I mean, you talk about the caliber of players on this team, you would expect Waffles to be that player to show up, and yet it's Atomic Wrist right now who is coming in and taking down HSG Pronoia. Next to new Visionaries, making their name known as Pronoia, racing back Icarus to Quest. That's bounced in front, Anima. It's a good first touch, but Kobadija up quickly, and the Visionaries holding on to this 1-goal lead.
We wind down into the final 2 minutes here. Visionaries threatening on offense yet again. However, it will be turned away by Pronoia quite quickly. Kobadija not able to get this mid-air 50. Icarus will try to turn that one into a shot attempt, and again it goes off the post. As Pronoia, once more unable to find quality shots on the side of Visionaries. This one's a long clear. Icarus forced to go backwards and pop this one into a corner, but not able to keep that on the blue side. Visionaries looking to possibly re-engage as this one's going to lazily roll along the wall. Icarus not getting a good touch. It will fall the trash quest to try to get that one cleared away. Kobadija on top of the play as Waffles quick to follow. Might have enough room between him and Anima, and he will. And Waffles will further the lead for Visionaries, as it looks like right now Pronoia struggling to find their stride here in game 2.
And they're struggling to finish off those chances they've had the offense. Like, let's not sugarcoat this, BlakLightning. Pronoia, if they can score their chances, look like the better team, but that's the problem. Their shooting hasn't been good enough this series. They have the offense, they have the pressure, they have everything to be successful, except the shooting. They have not been able to hit the targets, and the Visionaries have, and that's the difference right now. The Visionaries are scoring, and Pronoia is not. 3 goals now for Nexanu, as they continue to increase their lead and increase their strength fold on the series.
Yeah, and that was a really good bump by Atomic there on the back end. He caught Anima on his rotation back to the net, and just that little bump made it so that way there was enough room for Visionaries to turn that one into yet another goal as we wind down to the final minute here. This is going to be another attempt, and it goes right by the outstretched car of Anima once more. And that's just, it's definitely tough. You can see that he had the right idea, just flipped out of the way. And it's definitely not what you want to be doing if you're Pronoia. They're going to have to go into this final minute with a new mindset. They're going to have to reset themselves here mentally and get things under control, because right now, this is not a team that is fully cohesive.
It is not. It's just next to new Visionaries scoring on the opportunities in front of them. And HSG Pronoia almost in some ways having given up in the game too. That offense just hasn't been able to take their chances. They've made opportunities. They've had the pressure. They have the workings of a team that should be top tier. But if they can't score on those opportunities, they don't really matter right now. Visionaries are, as they're going to get yet another one. Atomic with his 3rd of the game. And next to new Visionaries, I mean, this is a statement right now. A huge statement around the tournament, because HSG Pronoia cannot handle them.
Yeah, and I mean, it could be chalked up, you know, in the lobby. Anima is saying that they're requesting a new server, so it could be that the server is just not really running for them quite right, which can definitely affect the gameplay. 5 goals to none. Visionaries holding a fantastic lead, and that's definitely something that kind of was throwing me off, is just how different Pronoia was playing. Like, you definitely saw like the cohesion in game 1, and where they were playing really just in sync. They were finding each other across the field. They were getting demos. They were rotating beautifully, not allowing too many opportunities till the end of that match, where Visionaries kind of found the holes and were kind of poking into the defense just a little bit. And that definitely is a kind of a complete flip to game 2, where it was just Visionaries that whole time. So if they are having connection issues, then that is something that can throw a team off.
You're not wrong about it. It definitely is. But what I find so impressive about this is the fact that the Visionaries have done this right after struggling in that first round. I mean, they struggled in round one. They went to game 5 against the Silhouettes, who themselves are a good team. But and the Visionaries, what's an interesting time. It would be a very weird bracket to have both our number 1 and our number 2 seeds in this tournament lose games. We already saw set number 2 seed 7 Savages get swept in round 1 due to forfeit against Monarchs Breeze. It would be very weird to see Pronoia lose out here in a sweep as well. But for now, what a weird turn I think the series has taken here. The Visionaries, I don't think they could be any happier coming into this event. They're one of the lower seeds in this tournament. They're really making it count, even though they're, I think, the lowest Surge Cup seed in this tournament. That we should be focusing on what they can do, because this is quite impressive.
Absolutely, both of these teams have been playing well. Just Visionaries are finding, like you said, like we've been saying this entire time, they're hitting their mark. They're finding better opportunities, and they're really executing beautifully. I do see that we have had our first round 2 clear match in the lowers. Looks like Savages have swept Okoa.
Hawaku, that's Hawaku. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's Hawaku Esports. Yeah, Hawaku and SG, who have just recorded their second forfeit of the night, they have not shown up to their matches yet, so Hawaku and SG might not be playing tonight here, as 7 Savages, that second seed that we were mentioning, getting a win by forfeit. You don't really want to see it, but when a team doesn't show up to their matches, it's unfortunately the way things go, and, well, these teams have shown up, and HSG looking to show up even further, but that ball flying nowhere. Waffles will send this one all the way back. Icarus. The reset. HSG Pronoia trying something new. Specifically, though, trying to just get their wits about them. That last game must have shook them up. It's a loss for a team that isn't known for losing too often. And the Visionaries, I mean, what we've already seen out of them, they are looking to keep this going as a big clear down the field. HSG Pronoia back on control, but as we've already seen from the series, it doesn't really matter if they're under control, because next to Visionaries only need a few chances to take over.
Yeah, Visionaries already looking threatening on the offense. It's a beautiful read by Kobadija. Beautiful redirect from the pass from Atomic, just beating out Trash Quest. And Icarus was trying to get to that ball, just couldn't quite get there. And already, within a minute, Visionaries turned that one into a lead.
And it's not a good start for HSG Pronoia. They've got to win from here on out if they want to stay undefeated, if they want to get those top seeds in that final bracket. The Visionaries holding them close, but still a lot of time for anything to happen this game. I mean, last game, though, we knew what happened. It was just more goals from the Visionaries. Can HSG Pronoia find an answer, find their first goal since game 1? Okay, next to Visionaries. And I got number 2 before that ever happens, as Atomic, who's been scary all night, will not get very far. It's Quest who will look in the midfield, but Pronoia without anyone there, really losing that midfield presence as Visionaries continuing to put on pressure, but they've got to give it the ball here. Icarus and Pronoia upfield on offense. This is where they're scary, but Quest with the whiff. Anima Killer will have this one on target, but an easy save for the Visionaries, and HSG Pronoia needs to be threatening. Kobadija with yet another incredible block, and the Visionaries keeping themselves up to par, up to speed with HSG. And it just feels like no matter what Pronoia is doing, next to new Visionaries know exactly what to do in response.
Yeah, they're really quick on defense, especially Kobadija. He's been really their defensive wall for the large majority of this series. And 90% of the saves I'm seeing, at least from my eyes, are coming from Kobadija. As this one's going to be a shot attempt for Icarus, and beautiful placement and quick turnaround off of that corner read. It will lead to this one being a tied game. We are approaching the halfway point here in game number 3. Visionaries stand to sweep Pronoia, which would be, I mean, not necessarily an upset, as both of these teams are really phenomenal players, but Pronoia being the one that you're saying, is definitely favored to win here, it would be a little bit of an upset if Visionaries were able to get the sweep.
It'd be a huge upset, in my opinion, because the Visionaries, again, are coming into this as the lowest seeded Surge Cup team in this event. They were not one of the original teams added in. They were added in due to another team dropping out, so Visionaries aren't even supposed to be in this tournament. But yet they are here. They were added in. Only yesterday they had to prepare for this tournament. They're one of the last teams to have been added into this tournament, and they've had to prepare quickly for this action. But my goodness, they're making it count as Atomic! Unable to get through. Icarus next to New. Again, we've already just taken game 1. Sorry, we've already taken series 1. Looking to take series number 2 in a sweep. Atomic kept with Quest. Icarus will go for the clear. Kobadija already half back. And next to New, Visionaries looking for more offense. This one pinch long. Waffles with the whiff. And when Atomic gets this, he's going to have to take his time. Space to work with. But Pronoia right in the way. Next to New, Visionaries. Outfield pass. Waffles will take this, but a shot goes nowhere. Next to Visionaries. While they continue to attack. It's HSG Pronoia who want this game and who want to keep the series going. Quest. Bumped out Atomic with it. A great second touch too. And we'll clear this one away. Next to Visionaries, not holding a lot of offense, but this feels like one chance, and that can blow the door wide open for them.
Yeah, and that it's all really boils down to in a lot of games at this caliber of play. As Icarus is looking for an opportunity, won't find it. Kobadija does get demoed on the back line, so this might open up space for Pronoia. As Icarus looking for a shot attempt, that one's wide. Atomic will turn it away anyways. Quickly in tow along with Quest, who's going to pop this one out to the midfield. Kobadija, room to work with, up in the air, gets 50 by Anima. Here comes Waffles looking for a touch, does pop this one towards the net, and is saved away by Quest. Atomic misses this one. Animal's going to have a shot attempt low on boost, so is Kobadija, and Animal will be able to make that one in. 30 seconds remain on the clock here. Will Visionaries be able to tie this one back up? Because right now it feels like Pronoia is just piling on the pressure, and the tides are shifting in their favor.
HSG Pronoia. A big goal at a big moment, and it comes from Anima Killer. Less than 30 seconds to go, and the Visionaries just said it. The tides are shifting. The game is turning, and you know, even with HSG, down 2 games right now in this series, at a comeback, a reverse sweep is definitely not out of the cards with how good they are. Next to New, can they get this ball out of their defense at the very least? Quest won't let it. That's gonna bounce off the bar and wide. It will be kept up by Atomic. Still on it, Atomic, but that clear. Straight to Anima Killer. And that will end game 3. Heady Scarf Gang Pronoia. Right back in it, keeping the series going.
Yeah, good game by Pronoia to bring that offensive pressure back in that we saw in game number 1. They're definitely playing a little bit more consistent, making sure that they're not allowing any errant touches or anything to get into the midfield too freely for Visionaries to feed into the net, which was kind of the case in game number 2, that Visionaries were finding opportunities left, right, and center where Pronoia was just out of position or whatever it may have you. But Pronoia made some fantastic adjustments and kept the defense in the correct positions and weren't allowing them too many opportunities past the midfield. So you gotta really give them credit for the quick adjustments that they made, especially after Visionaries took that first initial lead and looked like maybe Visionaries were gonna run away with it. However, you know, anything can still happen here. We got a reverse sweep possible from Pronoia, but historically, reverse sweeps are very difficult to obtain. So when you're this far behind, it's definitely not somewhere you're going to find yourself if you're HSG Pronoia.
Yeah, we've already guaranteed a couple teams that have won their round 2 matches. 10Axe Premier with another 3-1 win. This time taking down Incorrect Indigo, another top tier team. 10Axe is having an amazing day. Affinity Sapphire likewise sweeping Godfall Gaming. So we've got some incredible matches. Other than that, Evolve Skylight now has also lost their match to Slitherus V2. Fortunately for Evolve Skylight, who came into this one as one of the lower ranked teams, they're having a tough time, but who's not having a tough time is Atomic Wrist and New Visionaries. 3 seconds in, and I think that should tell you they're not ready to lose the series.
Yeah, they still have a lot of fighting spirit left in them, and that kickoff goal is a good motivator for Visionaries here to finish this one out in this match, as Atomic to bring this one again down the field off a kickoff. Two very strong starts for Visionaries as Waffles is going to 50 this one with Icarus. This one's going to errantly bounce into the midfield, but it will be defended away by Waffles. Animakilla not able to find an opportunity to shoot on net as Atomic's going to bring this one all the way down with a large clear. Kobadija in tow, not able to find the redirect this time. Icarus able to get the clear. Kobadija dunking his own teammates as Atomic will have to turn that one away in. Ooh, that one's super close by Waffles. Not able to find the net, though. Almost a beautiful redirect. Well, that almost doesn't count unless you're playing horseshoes. So Icarus will bring this one into the front of the net. Turned away by Atomic. Waffles bringing this one out into the midfield. A good 50 will take this one all the way to the wall. And possibly buy Pronoia a little bit of time. Maybe to kind of get themselves centered.
You're not wrong about it. You know, every team needs a little bit of time, a little bit of space to breathe after a goal has been scored on them. HSG Pronoia trying to buy those opportunities, and they may have got one here. Double commit in the backfield. Kobadija removed. Atomic the only one back, and Animakilla up in front. Icarus gets the demo on him, but nobody to support. Waffles clears. Kobadija's up, but it's cleared back the other way. And the Visionaries running low on boost, getting demoed left and right. And HSG coming in with a new aggressive game plan. The Visionaries have to act quickly because right now it's all about the demos here from HSG Pronoia. And the Visionaries, they haven't seen one against them yet this series. Now they're all coming at once. This is going to turn things around very quickly. They've got to react just as fast and make sure that their lead stands.
Visionaries definitely getting taken out of the play really quickly. And that's another thing that you really got to be careful of are the demos, as you see Trash trying to get Waffles, just unsuccessful in doing so. And the other thing that's really plaguing Visionaries right now is the boost economy, as Pronoia is just constantly taking the boost left, right, and center. And speaking of being center, that one was right down the gut of Visionaries' net. Just like that, we're tied up. 3 minutes, just about, on the clock remaining.
And it's tied once again. A scary place for the Visionaries, because Pronoia has been showing a keenness once these games get longer and, you know, and tougher to getting these important goals. Quest! That one saved by Waffles. It was rattling on the goal line. Nearly found the net. But the Visionaries survive here. But Anima, yet another chance. Atomic already up to clear. 2 commit for the Visionaries. And now again on low boost. This one for Icarus. Anima, shots too weak. Next new Visionaries just looking to get resources to get themselves back in control. But Anima's hit it the wrong way. This one's going to net. It's gonna fall in. It gets credit for Kobadija. But Animakilla with one of the biggest mistakes we've seen in RLSS ATS Champions Cup history.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate touch. I can kind of see what he was going for, trying to clear that one to the back wall and possibly get into harm's way so that way they could reset and keep that boost pressure up. But an errant touch does occur, and that's going to hurt Pronoia in the long run. As we're winding down past that halfway point, this is kind of crunch time for Pronoia. They can't afford mistakes like that in this series right now. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves possibly completely knocked out if they can't get themselves in a better seating to go forward, as someone's going to pop out into the side. Animakilla looking for a shot attempt. Finds Atomic there for Visionaries. This one will be turned out to the sidewall. And Visionaries looking to turn this one into offensive pressure. If Atomic not able to get that one, a little touch. Bringing that one just away from his card. Kobadija will bring this one into the corner, but right back it goes. Atomic, beautiful stop, able to get this one down the field and cleared. Icarus will have to bring this one up his wall, though Atomic looking for the pre-jump just can't quite find the angle. So this one will bring back Pronoia onto the offensive side, and the flick is there, but turned away by Kobadija.
And a huge save next to new Visionaries, holding onto this lead for dear life. They can win the series with it, as another chance on to go for the Visionaries. Yet another double commit, and yet more boost being used out of proportion. HSG 2v1 Atomic with a huge block. And the Visionaries still pushing. Kobadija clears it away, but it's only as far as Animakilla. Trash Quest not able to get that touch. Waffles clears. Kobadija with the redirect just to waste out precious seconds off the clock. Next to new Visionaries trying to slow down the play, trying to slow down the flow of this game and let the clock do its work. Anima, Icarus, Pronoia, here's their chance. Quest can't get to it. And the Visionaries saved there from a huge opportunity. 30 seconds remain. Chances few and far between for Pronoia. They only have a few more chances in this game if they want to stay alive. Next to new Visionaries. Infield pass, not connected. Pronoia's got to go the length of the field.
Yeah, you can see them kind of start to feel the pressure here as they can see the championship life just kind of bleed out as Kobadisha's gonna have to make a stop here. Will bring this one out into the corner. Trash Quest on it. This one's out into the midfield. Pronoia needs to get something here. Final seconds on the clock. We hit 0. This ball is still live. Anima Killer gets it by 1 into the midfield. And this one will be 50'd high and it will hit the ground, and Pronoia will fall to the Visionaries here in game number 4. And what a upset that was. Visionaries playing very, very well and not giving Pronoia any type of opportunity to really find themselves bouncing back into an offensive position.
And you said it as well, it was a huge point to just get themselves in that kind of position, to play that kind of way. The Visionaries take the series in 4 games and upsets. I don't think anybody could have expected that to be a result here in this one. But for HSG, it doesn't mean their run's over. But they do have to play in that middle round. They've got a tough run to get to that main event. What I can say though is that for the Visionaries, there's not much better than getting a win like that over our top seed. They've advanced to round 3, and if we take a look at our bracket, so have a lot of other teams, although in different portions. If we take a look, here we go. Little bracket browser showing us what to see here in round 3. Already a couple wins. Visionaries with a win. Again, we mentioned 10X and Affinity, but Sunset Olives have also just registered a win. A sweep over 135 Horizon. Sunset Olives recovering from that round 1 loss to 10X Premier. So far tonight, is there any major upsets that you're seeing? Any major surprises, BlakLightning, other than just what we just saw here with the Visionaries?
I mean, everything kind of just looks about where we would expect. I mean, 10x35, like you said, did fall to Sunset Olive, so that's definitely something where I was kind of hoping that 100x35 would have a little bit of a longer run, but sometimes teams just don't play well. I mean, we also have Incorrect Indigo dropping down into the mid, so they'll have to have a tough run as well, along with Pronoia. NX, yeah, I wish I could have watched that game, but outside of that, I mean, it just kind of looks like how things are just kind of chalked up to be. I mean, you got so many teams in here. You got, I mean, so many phenomenal teams playing and vying for a championship win, and I mean, there can only be one. And as when we finish out tonight, we'll only have, what is it, 8 teams left.
Yep, half the team's getting eliminated today.
So 8 teams left to go through to tomorrow, and then that will finalize who exactly we'll end up with winning the Championship Cup. Now, we are still waiting on 100x Breeze versus Whiffer Wet Jets, Team Evo Velocity, and ODO Monarchs Silver. So these are the matches that we're just waiting on right now to finish up before we can go into round 3. I really hope that 100x Breeze can make it through, because it would be nice if one of the 100x teams could possibly punch through to the round 3 high matches. If they don't, no biggie. They have plenty of time here to make a name for themselves and kind of keep themselves out of harm's way. Now, the one thing I did want to touch on, Pronoia, Incorrect, any of these teams that are losing, if I'm not mistaken, even if they lose mid matches, they still have round 4 low matches if they lose
yes.
again.
Yeah, but they would have the chance of being eliminated though.
Absolutely.
But yes, even if they lose those middle matches, they're still playing in this event. That's the way this kind of works. That's the part about Swiss that makes it somewhat interesting, I would say, is that, you know, you have a lot of lives, but it is a scary and tough bracket to play in. So we gotta see how these teams are gonna perform under that kind of pressure. For us, I mean, we're just waiting for them to show up, waiting for well, we're waiting to see how these teams are gonna perform here because it's a very, very difficult bracket. But for us, we are also gonna be going to a break. When we come back, we're gonna have upper round 3. We're gonna see one of the top 2 seeds qualify for the main event. For now, though, we're going to a break. We'll be back soon. Welcome to round 3 of the Ascent Tournament Series Rocket League Splash Series Champions Cup 2. We're in the upper portion of round 3, and one of these two teams that we've already seen win tonight will qualify to the top 8 early. Welcome back again, Lightning Cast, aka BlakLightning, once again for yet another great match here again. And this one is for qualification. Winner of this will see themselves go to the main events. Our round 2 matches finalized here. Again with a 3-2 win for Wet Jets and a 3-2 win for Evil Velocity, meaning ODU Monarchs already sent to the lower bracket early to take on Evolve Skylight. So a team that made top 8 in our last event, struggling to get wins this time around. And we're in the upper portion of round 3 though. It's Affinity Sapphire, who have won 2 sweeps in a row. And next to Visionaries, who themselves have been surprising many people with their wins. We've got quite a match here, BlakLightning, and a great way to find out which these two teams will qualify to that top 8 to play tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, we've already seen these two teams on our stream once. Affinity Sapphire played phenomenally in their series. Visionaries played phenomenally in their series. Though I think Visionaries may be my pick here in terms of which of these two teams I feel might be going forward with a win. You know, they've just been playing on a different level tonight, especially as you said, you know, they did come in, they weren't, as a fill-in team, necessarily weren't supposed to be here originally, but, you know, pleasant surprises are what make Rocket League exciting to watch and exciting to cast. Sapphire, I think, is going to be a good matchup against this Visionary team, although with how they kind of, both them and ODU Monarchs Silver got off in their first series, and I'm just slightly worried of Sapphire's ability to get the ball rolling. Though I'm hoping at this point they definitely corrected that, because they did 3-0 Godfall in the round 2 high matches to come forward into the round 3 highs. So, you know, that remains to be seen whether or not they're able to keep that momentum going. But I mean, Visionaries, man, they steamrolled through Pronoia in an unexpected fashion. Now, one of the things that I did want to touch on is that both of the 100X teams fell in the last rounds of the round 2 highs and lows. The Breeze team is in the mids right now, and the 100x35 Horizon team is in the lows, though they're going up against Waku, who have forfeited every single match thus far in the night. So I'm hoping 100x35 gets a easy pass here and kind of can take a breather and get themselves kind of collected and maybe synchronize up a little bit before their next match shows up in the round 4 lows. Hopefully with a win, because it would be nice to see them go forward. It is a really threatening bunch in the mid tier, though. You know, you got Incorrect Indigo, you got Godfall, you got Pronoia, you got Sunset Olive, Slither Whiffs, Team Evo Velocity. So all of these teams that are in there, especially including Breeze and Savages, are all teams that have the opportunity to make a name for themselves in this mid bracket.
Yeah, you're not wrong about it, but these teams have already made their names known. Affinity Sapphire, who I think many people consider has had an easy time to get here. Their first win was against ODU Monarchs, who right now are in lower round 3. Their second was against Godfall Gaming, who are one of the lowest ranked teams in this tournament. This is a huge challenge, though, for them. Now they're going against next new Visionaries, who have had quite a different time. They've had a very tough bracket to get here, having just taken down HSG Pronoia. So it's going to be an interesting match, maybe even a little bit of a mismatch. The Visionaries are coming in as that lower seed, but I think many would consider them the favorites here. This is really a time for Affinity Sapphire to prove that those last 2 wins were not flukes and were almost certainly deserved for them, because this is round 3 and upper round 3. The winner of this series will not have to play anymore today and will be off to play tomorrow in the single elimination bracket.
Yeah, and that'll be a nice break for these teams, whichever one of them goes forward, as Kobadija is going to put this one high on the backboard, looking for a follow-up touch. Won't be able to get around it, as Waffles will have to quickly pop this one out to the side. Hughdog not able to get his car onto that ball, as this one careens out into the middle. Nobody there for the side of Visionaries. Kobadija, a quick touch, won't be able to find the net, as Leopard Mode trying to get this one away from the side. Does get bumped. Waffles with a quick shot. Nobody there on defense. And just like that, Visionaries find their first goal. Just a little bit less than a minute played here in the first match. Sporty, what are you noticing?
What are we noticing already is the Visionaries who are holding control, a lot like what they did against HSG Pronoia. It's just about keeping possession, keeping that ball, keeping the play going. As long as they can keep that control in their favor, Affinity Sapphire, much like Pronoia, are going to struggle at taking it back. This Visionaries team really based all about that teamwork and cohesion, and you're seeing that put to the real work here. It's one of the most consistently successful playstyles we've seen, is just playing a midfield game, and right now next to Visionaries are doing that. They're not just doing it, they're excelling at it, and it's making life very difficult for their opponents.
Yeah, and those difficulties are what are getting Visionary in stellar positions to make offensive strikes, as Atomic's going to turn this one down the field, long clear into the corner. Leopard Mode will pump Hughdog out of the way and bring this one up onto the backboard. This one temporarily out of danger, but it will be careening back into the midfield as Hughdog has to field that one quickly. Atomic pass into center for Waffles won't be fielded, as Leopard Mode will break this one up. Hughdog down the field looking for a pass for Sharky. This one careening out of the corner. A double commit for Visionaries will open up some room here on the net, and Leopard Mode not letting that opportunity go to waste, and he'll tie this one up at one apiece. A beautiful read by Leopard to realize that the defense was kind of scrambling to get themselves back.
That's the good play as well. Leopard, who has, again, had a very good amount of shooting today. We haven't seen on him on the stream in a while, but obviously we can tell he's been putting in those shooting packs because he is not missing that as much as he used to. It used to be kind of a thing on the stream where he would always struggle to actually score when he had chances, or really even hit the net at all. Tonight has been a little different, though. Leopard's been much more consistent, and his team has followed through. That one, Sharky put it on. Hughdog just got the final touch, and Affinity Sapphire taking the lead quickly, and with a beautiful play on offense, a complete turnaround, and exactly what they were looking for.
Exactly. And that's going to be huge for Affinity Sapphire moving forward. They got the momentum behind them. Now it's up to Visionaries. What are they going to do to break that up? Are they going to have the time and the cohesion that they need to find here in order to find the right plays? As that's going to be a misplay by Atomic and a backflip from Waffles. And that is a massive mistake on the part of Waffles, leaving that third man position completely open. And that's not what you want to see if you're Visionaries. You gotta be able to make those plays and not miss the ball. Double misses on the side of Visionaries, that could be catastrophic in this game one.
And it's Affinity Sapphire, who I did not think were going to come out nearly as heavy hitting, but they've done just that. They put on those chances. They're really taking advantage of some mistakes from the Visionaries that we didn't really see HSG Pronoia exploit all that heavily. Affinity Sapphire consistent right now. Again, I expect to see these teams potentially making it all the way to that grand finals with how they've been playing tonight. I mean, these are at the top of these teams are at the top for a reason. As Waffles, that's the beat. That one's gonna bounce wide of the net. Atomic, Hughdog dunks it away, and Affinity Sapphire keeping this as Hughdog. Waffles just waiting on the end of this, and next to new Visionaries looking once again. It's Waffles, Leopard. He'll block this out, and Affinity Sapphire holding that 2-goal lead is Atomic. Kobadija, no shot on. Affinity Sapphire been dunked out. Next to new Visionaries. I don't even know if they knew what was going to happen there. The Affinity Sapphire definitely didn't. Whatever it was, no one had an understanding of what was going to happen, and the ball ended up in the back of the blue nets.
That was a prime example of overstaying the welcome in the midfield. They needed to do something to get that one away from in front of their net, and Hughdog just wasn't able to grapple the ball quite quick enough, as Kobadija almost had another shot attempt there. Waffles will turn this one down the field. Atomic in the midfield will get the 50. This one will leave Waffles to read it, but Leopard Mode gets in the way. Now 2 in tow as Hughdog cuts into the rotation to take that one away from Leopard, who is low on boost. Sharky with a good 50 will keep this one on the orange half. Kobadija unable to make that read. This one's careening towards the net. Kobadija Now, gonna opt to let Atomic take it instead. Probably the smart move there as Atomic has a full tank of boost. This one dropping down to the midfield dangerously will be right away into the sidewall. As Kobadisha's gonna have to back off temporarily, looking to get in the way of this one. Does keep that one out of danger. As we approach the final minute here, Visionaries are still looking to get the ball rolling as they find themselves down a goal still. Weapon mode not able to get onto that one. This one careening into the center. Kobadisha with a good read over to Atomic. This one down onto the sidewall, back into the mid. As Sharky quickly turns, won't be able to get to it before Waffles. Here's an opportunity for Visionaries, but Waffles gets a missed touch, and it's right back the other way.
Dog to the back corner. Affinity Sapphire at this point playing for time. It's all they need to worry about as 30 seconds left on that clock in game one. The Visionaries meeting their match here. As Affinity Sapphire are proving that those two sweeps before, even if it's against lower seeded teams, they're not flukes. They should not come as a surprise. As that flick not going very well, it's off the sidewall. Lepid, 10 seconds left, and next to Visionary is not gonna get to the ball. Lepid in Turkey, and that should do it. It's the nail in the coffin for game one. And Affinity Sapphire are off to a great start.
It just seems like Visionaries are kind of off the mark right now. They're not showing that same fire that they had against Pronoia, where they were just absolutely just dominating the midfield presence, where they weren't making mistakes. They were playing phenomenal Rocket League in that series against Pronoia, and this just doesn't feel like the same team here in this first game against Affinity Sapphire. They're going to have to make really critical adjustments to make sure that they're not leaving open gaps like they have been, which enabled Affinity Sapphire to really just counterattack hard down that midfield line or into the corner and find some center line passes. You know, weapon mode kind of got them started and rolling, and then Dog and Sharky really just piled it on, you know, letting them know that Affinity Sapphire, like you said, it wasn't flukes that they won those matches. They are here for a reason.
And as you said as well, they're not here for flukes. They're not here because of it. They're here because they are one of our scary teams in this tournament. I mean, they're coming into this event, Affinity Sapphire, as the 8th seed. They're not a super high seed. They're not placed very highly in this bracket, but my goodness, they've come into this, and they have played well. That's really all that matters in a bracket like this, and I think one of the major things that separates them from some of these other top seeds like HSG Pronoia, they're scoring these chances. They're putting on really good efforts, and not only are they making chances, they're making those chances scary. They're putting it on net, they're putting it near the net, they're putting it on the goal and in tough to reach places. Their shooting is separating them from everyone else.
Absolutely, and you just really gotta feel bad for the opportunities. I mean, the missed opportunities are really biting Visionaries right now, as Kobadisha's gonna have an opportunity here that's gonna be turned away by Dog. Waffles into the corner, looking for an opportunity to get this one for a pass, but won't be able to get it, as Weapon Mode and Sharky are both in the center here. Kobadisha taking this one, looking for a demo on Dog, won't be able to find it, so Atomic and Waffles are gonna have to scurry back onto the orange half. Waffles reading this one, beautiful touch. Kobadisha in tow, chasing this one down the wall. Will have space and room to maybe do something with it, but he runs out of boost midway there. Dog out to the side, looking for a clear, can't find it though, as the rotations are coming in for Visionaries. Kobadisha off the back wall, looking for a pass, won't find it as Sharky and Weapon Mode push this one down into the midfield. Waffles yet again pushing this one into dangerous territory as the Visionaries double commit. The Waffles is going to have to cut rotation here, possibly get this one somewhere where his teammates can get back into the correct spots.
But it is a good start for next to new. They're really putting on the squeeze, and they will break through. The deadlocks are open, and the water and goals are flushing in. Waffles with the first strike, and the Visionaries with a lead, and one that I think is their first lead of the series. They definitely needed that.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it's definitely good to get the ball rolling and finally find some rhythm here against this Affinity Sapphire team after that rough game one. Kobadisha looking to get this one down the field, possibly pile on another goal, but not like that, as he's got the 50 and the one out to the side. Waffles flying by. Dog does almost get it by Atomic, that he gets enough of the ball where it's not going to be a problem. Weapon Mode does cut it in quick. Sharky out to the side wall. Will he get it by Kobadisha? No. Kobadisha looking for the demo, but Dog just up too quick. Waffles out of position, will have to be saved by Atomic, who then fields the ball looking for a midfield pass over to Kobadisha, but read by Weapon Mode. Dog with a shot goes wide, and this one turned down the field into the corner.
And Affinity Sapphire, they're getting their opportunities. Now it's them who are having issues actually putting it on and in the net. That's a great shot from Waffles. And the Visionaries relying on Waffles for yet another goal. And for Affinity Sapphire, it feels like the roles have reversed. In game 1, it was them who could not miss the net. Now it's flipped, and now they're struggling to score. And the Visionaries cannot miss. It's a flip. It's a reversal of what these teams are doing. And it's the Visionaries who are winning and leading this game because of it.
Yeah, and one of the things that you really got to give credit is Waffles definitely stepped up his game versus that game number 1. You saw a lot of misses out of him coming in that midfield area, as this one shot on net will be saved away by Hugh Dog. Leopard Mode bringing this one down all the way down the field, looking for a double tap. Won't find it into the corner. Kobedesia diving for this one. Won't get the 50 with Hugh Dog, as this one's dangerous in the midfield. Atomic not going to get that one. And the missed touch will allow Sharky to pop it into the net. Having the lead here, we are approaching midway, so if Visionaries want to keep this one out of harm's way and possibly maybe lose another game too, you really gotta kind of consolidate here and maybe put in a few more goals as insurance.
And you said it as well. These teams both really know what it means here. I mean, the questions are not going to be if these teams are going to make it. Very likely these teams will make it into that main event. I mean, they're playing so well right now that you'd think even a loss, these teams could recover from it. They both have had to deal with, their fair share of difficulties so far tonight. But I think a lot of it for Affinity Sapphire is just making this as painless as possible. Again, they made it to the top 8 last event, could not get out of the quarterfinals. This event, for the Affinity Sapphire side, much different and much better looking as well. The roster has adapted to the times here, and even with, only a few changes, only, a few adjustments, this team has been able to withstand the time between Champions Cup 1 and 2, have returned to this event looking for a little bit of redemption. And well, in upper round 3, here they have that opportunity, but it's all about taking their chances right here, right now. Sharky, that one wide of the net, it waffles. Only as far as that sidewall, and Affinity Sapphire will keep themselves upfield. Kobedesia, that one with Sharky and Leopard, both in tow. Infield pass, Atomic wrist will clear. Now it's Sharky. Waffles pushed up high. Follow-up shots. Leopard's found the top left corner. And Affinity Sapphire from 2 goals down have tied this game up at 2 in game 2, and it's anyone's to win now.
And you can see that Affinity Sapphire is getting a lot more physical in that back line. You can see Demos, Bumps. They're still in the boost. They're keeping Visionaries locked down on their side of the field, which is definitely very hard to break out of. And that's going to be the key to success here, maybe for Affinity Sapphire. He's looking for a double tap. Won't find it, but he does find Hugh Dog on the pass. And the defense of Visionaries just seems to be crumbling before their eyes. They're not able to find the touches they're looking for, and that is going to hurt morale.
And Affinity Sapphire now 3 goals straight. What a return to form here. It took them a little while, but as you said, the Visionaries' mistakes are coming back to bite them big time. Affinity Sapphire looking good, and that bump's only going to make things better. Hugh Dog with the open net, and it's insurance for Affinity Sapphire right off the kickoff. Sharky goes all in on Waffles, and the net is open. Hugh Dog won't miss that one. And Affinity Sapphire may look to get yet another sweep this tournament.
It's looking like a very real possibility for Affinity Sapphire if they're able to keep the pressure low for Visionaries. Kobedesia looking for a 50 will bring this one down into the midfield, quickly read away by Hugh Dog. This one's going to be an opportunity for a shot on net as Sharky does get it there, but Waffles is there waiting. He's going to turn this one down the field. Hugh Dog's going to opt to push this one into the corner. Quick read by Waffles will pop this one into the mid. The shot by Atomic is turned away by Leopard. And this one, again, back on the orange side. They cannot seem to keep it on the side of Affinity Sapphire. So it's just seeming like that pressure is not present, especially with the boost stealing that we're witnessing from the side of Affinity Sapphire. Final 30, as this one's shot. It will be turned away, but Leopard's going to pop this one off the backboard. Looking for a double tap. It goes just wide, and that will be a lucky break for Visionaries as the pressure just keeps on coming.
And can I get out of defense in the first place here? Every play stops in the midfield. Leopard upfield. That was a fake. Hugh Dog, no doubt about it. It's 5-2. And if you didn't think Affinity Sapphire was having fun at this point, I don't know what to tell you. A beautiful pass, a perfect shot on it. I mean, that's just perfect from Affinity Sapphire, and they have been nothing but perfect so far tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Affinity Sapphire is playing phenomenally. They are just not allowing Visionaries that same room that they were finding against Pronoia, and that's going to be another whiff by Waffles, but it's not really going to matter too much. They're already down by 3 goals, and time has just run out. It's just, right now, Affinity Sapphire looking for another goal. Won't be able to find it, though. So, we head into game number 3 with Affinity Sapphire with a 2-0 lead against Visionaries. It really is quite feasible that Visionaries get knocked down to the lowers here going forth. It's going to be a long road of comebacks here if they want to try to reverse sweep. And we saw how that went for Pronoia against Visionaries. You know, they got the one game and got some momentum going, and then it just kind of fell apart. So, you know, I know that Visionaries is capable of taking down Titans in this series. It's just a question of, are they able to continue making adjustments? Because, you know, at the beginning of the game, they start strong, but they just kind of taper off too fast.
And it's Affinity Sapphire who have just not slowed down. They're proving, even against like quality competitions, like this is a Visionaries team that, I mean, we just saw them take down Pronoia and look good doing it. Affinity Sapphire is making it look easy, and that should not be a good sign. If you're anybody else in this bracket, to see Affinity Sapphire playing this well, I mean, there's a couple teams in this tournament that have not made life look easy. I mean, we talked about 10x Premier and Whip for Wetjets. On the other side, 10x has gone has won game in game 4 twice. Whip for Wetjets are playing right there up there against them. Those are two other teams that are in that upper round 3 that are not making life easy. 7 Savages, after their forfeit loss in round 1, have looked really good. There's a lot of teams in this tournament that are scary. You need to play well on your day. Next to Visionaries have not been able to play well here in round 3 so far, and Affinity Sapphire now 1 win away from qualifying to day 2 to that top 8 bracket. How amazing it would be for them to escape day 1 and just end their night early. They have their chance to do it right now if they can win one more game against the Visionaries.
Right now it's crunch time for Affinity Sapphire. You don't want to play any more games than what you have to and risk it kind of spiraling out of control. Is right now the cards are in their hand as Atomic's going to miss that one. Kobadisha not able to get to it. Follow up by Leopard, and a series of mistakes leads to Affinity Sapphire snatching the lead here just under 30 seconds played. Not looking good for Visionaries right out of the gate, but they still got time to make the adjustments.
Yeah, and it seems like one of the biggest issues right now for the Visionaries is that they can't seem to read their own back wall. For whatever reason, they cannot read the back wall. And Affinity Sapphire is very knowledgeable of that. They're a team that's going to recognize that. One of the things about Affinity Sapphire that is why they are so good and for so much longevity is because they recognize things. They are a team that recognizes openings. They're a team that recognizes changes. They adapt very well to their opponents. I mean, it's one of the players that does that so well is Sharky. He was the coach for Affinity Sapphire. He's kind of known for doing that really well. So you should expect to see Affinity Sapphire make those adjustments, and they are. They're just going for the back wall at this point. It's all about hitting the back wall, waiting for the Visionaries to make mistakes, because they know the Visionaries right now have struggled up back there to get those touches, and well, if they keep doing it, openings will be there as Hewdog will get back for that block, and Affinity Sapphire hold their lead, just looking to get out of defense for now, but the Visionaries looking to answer. Atomic, that touch will not go on. A follow-up though, sure to come in, but that's gonna go wide. Kobadisha, Hewdog clears it out. Affinity Sapphire want the ball away. Leopard, Waffles, Kobadisha, but it's Affinity Sapphire who are still pushing and still the ones asking all the questions. Next new Visionaries have been quiet so far. That's gone on net. Sharky in the right position, and Affinity Sapphire playing with a little bit of fire. They're only up by 1. That second goal would be such a relief.
He's spoken into existence. As literally seconds after you say that, Affinity Sapphire find their second goal. And Kobadisha just unfortunately out of boost in net. Atomic takes too tight of a turn and is not there to make the save that was necessary to keep that one out of the net. Visionaries looking to strike back. Beautiful redirect by Atomic, but just not able to get it there. And that one will sneak in as Kobadisha able to get it enough of it into the net that the defender was not able to pop it out. Hewdog just not able to get enough of that ball to save it.
And it was already a really good setup as well. Sharky was put under an intense amount of pressure from Atomic. early to the point where he couldn't go to the side wall to the back corner like he wanted. He was forced to go to his own back wall, which would only set up for yet another chance. Visionaries have already proven they can answer back. They can most certainly make comebacks. They did it last game, but to no avail. And in Game 3, they might just do that all over again. They're only one goal away. We're in a very similar position halfway through this game. Next new Visionaries have many opportunities so far. I mean, they're a team that's good enough to win these kind of matchups. I mean, Sapphire, though, in the lead, still in possession of the ball. They haven't had a lot of time on offense, but I think that's beside the point. They're looking like the better team so far. It is until mistakes like this happen. Leopard's going to get back, and Affinity Sapphire just trying to control the game right now because the pressure is on them to keep the game going, to keep their lead. Because next new are marching in. That chance should have gone in net. Waffles with a follow, and that's going to be kept away by Hughdog. And Affinity Sapphire breathing a sigh of relief. They're holding on by a thread, but it's all they need as this ball pinging in front. Waffles! That should be it. It will be. The game is tied. The Visionaries crack open the defense, and it will be Waffles with the finisher.
And just a good read by Waffles. Got it there quickly. A little bit too far left, but it still worked out. Managed to careen it off the post and into the net. So Visionaries looking like they still have some fight left in them. Not quite resigning themselves to a 3-0 sweep. As Kobadija is going to look for this one. Reads it off the wall. Hughdog is there, though, so Waffles will have to make a quick stop. Pushes this over to the wall for Atomic. Atomic, big clear down the field. Lepid turning. But that he's an awkward bounce, but he does just get enough of it to keep Atomic from putting that one into the back of the net. Big clear by Hughdog. We're seeing some boomer ball come out from both sides here as Sharky bumps the goalie. Atomic will fill in, but not able to reach that one as Waffles pops this one down the field. Dangerous position for Sharky. He's racing it down the field looking for an opportunity to clear it out, and he does. But Atomic with a quick turnaround almost puts that one back on net. Obadija off the wall. That one's high and heading towards the net. Atomic will be there to get it. So thankfully, he's not going to miss that one. Visionaries on defense now, looking for opportunities to get this one out and away before they find themselves in another boost up situation. Shot on by Hughdog, turned away by Atomic. And Visionaries fighting tooth and nail to bring this one to Game 4.
And it's Affinity Sapphire who are fighting and bringing that aggression. The Visionaries playing consistent, but it can only last for so long. They've got to get a goal soon, or else you would expect Affinity Sapphire and the team cohesion they have, the consistency they have, to overwhelm them. Visionaries holding that midfield, and they win again. This one, Sharky calling off Hughdog, but without a very good touch. Kobadija's got space. Lepid not in position. Hughdog without a boost. It will be cleared away, albeit a bit hastily. Affinity Sapphire, a little bit of time to work with. Lepid blocked out, dunked by Waffles. Atomic. Sharky. That one whiffed by a couple of different players. Hughdog, Kobadija. That's gone the wrong direction, but unable to keep it up is Hughdog. And this round 3, Game 3, goes to overtime. Affinity Sapphire are 1 goal away from securing a top 8 finish.
Yeah, they are right there. As this one's going to careen towards the net, not quite finding its mark, as this one's going to careen all the way back down to the Affinity Sapphire corner. So here comes the attack from Visionaries. If they can convert here, they force a Game 4. The Leopard mode is going to bring this one out to the wall. Sharky was trying to get to it. It will be 50. Hughdog loses the 50 to 2 players, but can't quite reach the redirect as Kobadija brings this one out to the corner, pumping Atomic out of the way. All sorts of mistakes are popping out on both sides of the field as Waffle brings this one down the field. Kobadija looking for the redirect, does get it, but not quite enough power on it to get it over the outstretched Sharky. Kobadija playing it safe, brings this one out to the side wall. Lepid mode is there, but Visionaries putting themselves in a dangerous position here as both Kobadija and Atomic are now out of position. Atomic does just get back into net. Shots are ringing for Affinity Sapphire though, and here comes one from Lepid mode. The shot's there. Another one by Hughdog won't find its mark. Sharky putting one close to the net as well. But Visionaries able to brave the storm and find themselves possibly on a counterattack here.
But it won't materialize. Affinity Sapphire still on all sides. It's an all-out barrage of shots, and it won't end anytime soon. Hughdog Not able to get through as Kobadija, smartly played, gets past two. And Affinity Sapphire racing back. Hudog up very fast to that one. Was worried about any potential shots. Lepid stopped just in time by Kobadija. You would have think a player like Lepid, with how he's been playing tonight, would be scoring those chances. Had Kobadija not been there. Atomic wrist. Lepid able to hold this in that corner, and now he'll look upfield. Missed by Hudog. Lepid as well. Affinity Sapphire still on this first, though, as Hudog. That one's going close to the net. Atomic keeping it away, but it's a setup for Sharky. That touch goes nowhere. Lepid, patience on defense. Affinity Sapphire just waiting for the opportunity, letting time do what it needs to do. This overtime getting very long at this point. It's the longest overtime we've had tonight. We've had a couple so far, but it will probably be one that stays like this for a while, because neither team really wants to be the ones to take that risk, to make the mistake, to overcommit. And because of that, we're just seeing really safe Rocket League. Neither team really trying to do all too much. Somebody's got to score, though. Somebody's got to get that chance. And that somebody is on this field right now as Lepid, Obedija, Udog, Sharky there to challenge. Next to New, trying to lengthen the series just a little bit more. But Lepid's got this. Up he goes. That shuts on Kobadija. We'll keep next to New Visionaries in it. And as the overtime continues, now past 3 minutes, without any goal seemingly possible in the near future, now you start to question, Affinity Sapphire's motives. They're the team at the advantage. They're the team that you think would be taking the risks at this point, but they're not. They're waiting. They're playing patience. And BlakLightning, I don't know if that's really the call I would make if I was them.
I mean, they definitely have the room to make a few mistakes. They're up 2 games in this series, so even if they do lose one, they still are in striking position to take this series. But they're looking for the decisive blow. They don't want to just settle for another game, and they do just that as Hudog reads the missed 50. Sharky looking for a touch. Lepid mode pops it off at Kobadija, and Hudog just feeds it right into the back of the net. So Affinity Sapphire will sweep the Visionaries, who came into this looking very strong, very scary, but they will be dropping down to that lower bracket, and they will have to face maybe Pronoia again, but I doubt it.
They won't be. This bracket doesn't allow rematches, so they will definitely not be playing against Pronoia. But I will say, what we can be impressed with, though, is Affinity Sapphire's performance. That was very impressive. I mean, we saw how good this next to New Visionaries team is. And Affinity Sapphire just came in and just took over. I don't know what went into them today, but whatever it is, they look great. 3-0 and out of the bracket. Affinity Sapphire have made it to that final bracket. They're in. And they're the #1 overall seed as well because of those 3 sweeps. So Affinity Sapphire, they're in the best position that they could ask for, realistically, as we are getting updates on another match in the lower portion. Evolve Skylight have lost a match to ODU Monarchs over in a sweep, so that means Evolve Skylight's night is over. ODU Monarchs staying alive. We've seen this team, they've had a terrible night so far, but ODU Monarchs Silver fighting to stay in this bracket and to make the top 8 like they did last event.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of matches to finish up here. Like, all of the mid matches still have not finished. So, a lot of these are going into their game 5s. They're probably just maybe getting on the game 4. So I think that a lot of these ones in the mid brackets that you're seeing, HSC Pronoia versus Savages, Incorrect Indigo versus Sunset Ala, Godfall versus Slitherwifts, and 100X Breeze versus Team Velocity, Evo Velocity, sorry. I think a lot of those ones are going to be really, really close. I would expect that most, if not all, are going to go to a game 6. And that's going to determine how the night goes, because it's hard for a lot of these teams to come off of, at this stage of the game, going into round 4. I think it's going to be really difficult for them if you're coming off of a loss.
You mentioned about how close those matches are going to be. Those matches are going to be really telling to who's gonna make that main event or not. Because at this point, that middle round is all to fight for. I mean, we've got 8 different teams fighting there, and in theory, only some of them are going to be out. So that's the scary thing about this. All those teams are really good. They all have the opportunities to take this, but only some of them, only half these 16 teams playing today are going to make it to tomorrow. Are going to qualify the rest of this event. So a good amount of those teams are going to miss out on that, and that's that's what they've got to focus on. In a bracket like this, it's going to be difficult. But for you, BlakLightning, I believe that is the end of your night on this stream. It was great having you join us. Before you leave, before you sign off, any last things you want to say? Any shoutouts? Any final messages? We've got a lot of time because all those other matches are still going on. So say what you want to before we go to a break.
I mean, I would really like to shout out my boys Mapo and Bo Glizzy for giving me the opportunity to originally start casting again. I was out of the scene for about 2 years after my son was born, so it was a difficult time getting back into the swing of things, and I'm still kind of touch and go trying to get back into the rhythm of my own casting, get my style again. Obviously, I'm not in the best living situation, so it's I can't cast how I necessarily want to, but big shout out to those two. It's huge that they gave me the opportunity to get back into casting again, and it connected me with some really great people like Thrifty, you, and the rest of the Incorrect and ATS crew. Like, a big shout out to them. Like, I love watching these matches. It's really just absolutely awesome to see all these players just duke it out. It really brings me back to my like I said, my IGL and United Rogue days when I both casted and played. So I really hope that these guys have stellar matches going forward. Um, Big shout out to Leopard Mode for punching himself through the rest of the day. He can take a break and maybe actually get in on the cast, maybe here and there for the rest of the night. If he just so decides to do that, maybe you can pick him up, Sporty. Um, get him in on some casts while he's nice and warmed up and hot and hyped up. But yeah, I'm excited to see where the rest of the night goes. I'll definitely be watching the stream. Quick update for you: Godfall Gaming took down Slitherwiths, so Slitherwiths are going to be going into the lower
Dang,
bracket.
Godfall's playing well tonight.
Yeah,
My goodness.
absolutely. But yeah, that's about it for me, man. I mean, I really appreciate you letting me come on the stream today.
Of course, and thank you for joining here. But for us tonight, we're going to be going to round 4 after this quick break. We'll be back very soon with more from the ATS RLSS Champions Cup 2. Welcome back to the Ascend Tournament Series Rocket League Splash Series Champions Cup 2. We're only 2 rounds away from ending tonight. We're in round 4. We're staying in uppers. We originally were going to actually have a lower bracket a lower matchup. But, of course, as you guys saw, we flipped last second. Monarchs just told us. Breeze just told us they're forfeiting this round tonight, so they're actually not showing up here in their match. So we are actually flipping over to watch Sunset Olives and HSG Pronoia. Again, a little change up of plans, but all of you don't mind that one bit, because we've got quite the matchup for you all here as I'm quickly making sure we get things sorted out soon. Again, we're going to be here through round 5, so for us, it's going to be you guys and me all here together to see yet another team make that main event. We did get a guarantee win from Wet Jets. They just took down 10X Premier, so they're the first ATS team to make it to that final bracket. 10X now playing against Evo Velocity, and Visionaries, who we saw last in our stream, take on Godfall. Sunset Olives play HSG Pronoia. Leather Whiffs taking on Hurricane 35 Horizon, and Seven Savages taking on Incorrect Indigo. Both of those matches are to stay alive in this tournament. So at least in the point we are at, very likely going to get at least one or two more, at least one more from each league. As we are going to get these teams in just a moment, sort things out for round number 4. Again, still all best of 5s. And again, for qualification to play tomorrow in that final single elimination bracket. Sunset Olives, HSG Pronoia back again. As we are going to get a call for a server reset. So while we sort out our server issues, everybody, we'll get things hopefully up and running very, very soon. Once again. Again, shout out to all, by the way, while we are waiting, to all of our casters who made it today. Tommy Buckets, Krusty Dog, Rising Storm. Who else made it? Rhino, Rifty, Fox, and Zek Vexel. Who Zek is also a big shout out to him. And Tommy for both being here for all 5 rounds, because it's not easy. I know for a fact Zek and Tommy are doing it solo. I'm not. I can't do that anymore. But I know for a fact they're out there having fun doing it solo. Shout out to them. As for Sunset Olives, who we have not seen yet tonight, it's Mattias Maximus, who we haven't seen in a very long time. I think we probably last saw him a very long time ago. I know for a fact we saw him on Nights of Chaos. I don't remember what his last team was, though, that we've seen him on, but I know he's been around in the Rocket League Splash Series, running Avatar Mans and S-Class Wizard for HSG Pronoia, Quest, Icarus, and Anima Killer. Yet another best of 5. As we'll get these teams in the lobby shortly here for this series. Reminder, still for qualification for that main event. Thanks for the buff. Of course, Leopard. Congrats on making it to the final day of competition. Good luck to you and Affinity Sapphire tomorrow. But for us, we're still here for today. HSG Pronoia, who we saw earlier today, lose the Visionaries. Going to secure their spot against the Olives, who themselves had the win in round 3. And 7 seconds in, Heady Scarf Gang are on the board first. It did not take this team too long to find the board, find that net. As we keep on moving. Ball pings around that field. It's Wilson in midfield though, Icarus. Avatar Mans. That's going to be a good chance for the Olives. It's in front of the nets, but HSG quick to get it away, and now we're going to start to see the teams who have started to lose, started to have some more issues in this one. How are they going to bounce back from losses, from wins? A lot of other places. And HSG, again, up by 1 right now, but Sunset Olives looking to attack back, an Avatar! Well, he's found the top right corner, and he's found a tied game. Did not take him too long to get to that net. Avatar Man's off the bar and in the back of the net. Sunset Olives even the scoreline. As our, again, high round 4 matches were guaranteed. You'll have 3 more teams qualify through this round of action as... Oh, Matt just stopped his teammate's shot there. It was a chance for Sunset Olives to take the lead in Game 1, and Mattias Maximus at a terrible time to flip into the play, because he's just flipped right into a goal-scoring opportunity. And it just means for HSG Pronoia, well, they are still in this one. They're still fighting. Unfortunately for them, Sunset Olives are helping them out just a little bit more. As the ball moves midfield, Icarus, Avatar, up is Anima Killer, HSG Pronoia. Again, coming into this event as one of the top seeds here. You just have to get a win over the 7 Savages, who again are our second seed coming into this event. So both those top seeds struggling so far tonight. For Sunset Olives, their win was against another tough team, Incorrect Indigo, our third seed. So a lot of our top seeds struggling tonight in their matchups. In fact, 7 Savages and Incorrect Indigo are playing each other in the lower bracket. If you want to see that matchup, that's on Fox's stream. It's a huge match because those are some really high seeds. And one of them will have to be eliminated as Matt, just off the crossbar. Icarus will keep it cleared. S-Class Wizard. He's a player that, many players who has graduated from the Riptide Cup up to the Surge Cup. And didn't have a bad time getting through those into the playoff bracket. But for Sunset Olives, the only team out of Sunset Esports playing in this event, they gotta be careful, because Icarus dropping down, it will bounce its way in. They'll take them as they come. HSG Pronoia taking the lead halfway through game 1. And a crucial moment as well. Sunset Olives gonna have to push all their way back. Find a little bit more of the offense to work with. As Icarus, S-Class Wizard, Anima Killer will keeps us to the sidewall. Pinched in field. West. Oh, but he's been dunked out! Avatar Mans with a gift in front of the net. I don't think he was expecting it to be so easy. As the ball just kind of plopped in front, and I don't think he realized very late that it was going to be that way. But once he did, he just had to jump for it. It was an open chance that Sunset Olives aren't going to put to waste. And for HSG Pronoia coming into this match, again, coming into this tournament, it's such a high-seeded team. Really struggling against a lot of their peers. As this, again, new wave of RLSS talent. It's always so competitive when these teams play against each other, because you never really know who's going to be at the top. Sunset Olives right now, one step ahead of HSG. And in this round 4 matchup, they are not making things easy for them. S-Class Wizard off the back wall. Olives looking for a 4th goal this game. Really to put life to put life down for HSG Pronoia. And for a team who's so close to that main event, who's only one step away, HSG just not able to close out these matchups, not able to get these decisive victories, really make that offense succeed. And it's coming down, and it's becoming a huge struggle for them. Get themselves good control of offense. As Olives, they clear this one away. Anima Killer, the back wall, S-Class Wizard, whiffed on this completely. So did Avatar Mans, and it's a wide open net. Icarus will never miss that in a million years. As Chaos for Sunset Olives. Avatar Mans just jumped for it. He must have thought HSG was going to shoot there, but he had a lot of time to think about that. He could have waited. But he jumps all in on that, and it's going to be a result that will go against him. He's going to have to pay for that mistake. As HSG beat back in it. In a very close game 1, and again, with these RLSS Surge Cup teams, they always have really close matchups. They never make this look easy. They always have it, be close. That's the fun part about the Rocket League Splash Series, and a lot of these teams coming from it is that their matches are always very, very exciting. It's a shame that this isn't a best of 7, this is only a best of 5, and that's a really good infield pass! Anima Killer with the go-ahead goal. HSG Pronoia have bounced back to life. And they've done it in exceptional fashion. Quest and Anima linking up. Both players, longtime players of Heady Scarf Gang organization. And for the only team of that org that's in this event, trying to do what they could not do in the last event, which is make it to that top 8. West. Matt's able to get that first touch. Let's play. And it fall through, it will! S-Class Wizard has evened the scoreline. What? An ending! We've still got more to go for. And HSG, I don't know if they can believe it. Well, this series still has a lot more to go through. As Anima Killer, Mats keeps this one away. HSG Pronoia looking to take another infield pass. Quest on the end of it. Anima Killer with the assist. And with 2 seconds to go, the 9th goal in this game. And the one that may give HSG Pronoia the win. A huge moment. A huge strike. And HSG Pronoia now just need to let the ball hit the ground to take game 1. And he'll do just that with the fake in the corner. HSG off to a start. It's all about continuing it there, continuing that start from here on. As we move to game 2. And to continue this bracket. I mean, we're just getting incredible action. As we're in game 2, sorry about that, I had to message one of the players real quick. HSG off to an exceptional start. Sunset Olives, they've got to play very, very carefully here because it's not an easy run to go through. HSG is going to fight for everything. As another play in midfield, Anima just wide of the net. Mattias Maximus, Sunset Olives. And this be it for them. Pinched midfield. As HSG, they gotta be careful there. Quest gets back just in time. And my goodness, HSG Pronoia. That's a great pass! Oh my goodness, they finish it off. What an assist, Anima Killer. With pinpoint accuracy, that could not have been any better. Right on the top of Quest's head, and he's not missing from that range. HSG Pronoia with an explosive start. That pass was perfect. It was beautiful. It was exactly what they were asking for. And Sunset Olives will answer. And it's HSG who have had a tough time taking over some of these games. Sunset Olives waiting in the midfield. Icarus, though, that's a big pinch. S-Class Wizard. Not the block, Anima Killer. Now he'll go. Avatar Man's just a wide. As Quest in on the goal. The ball just kind of bouncing away from them. HG Pronoia will collect, but not an easy place to do that. As in for Icarus. And yet again, HSG, and they're finding ways to go through. as HSG Pronoia, I mean, they're just in a perfect spot for success. For the Olives, another off the crossbar Anima Killer. Sends this one away. As Icarus, that touch not going to go very far. And HSG Pronoia, Anima Killer. There's a bounce off that wall, Matt. And HSG Pronoia. It's a big pinch as well, Avatar. Anima Killer. Flip reset. Pinched midfield, but that's going to go nowhere. And HSG Pronoia leading by 1, but they still want more. As that's going to bounce midfield. HSG Pronoia, and they're just holding lead. It's all about defense from here on out. At this point, goals matter, but it really does matter even more. Just like take those chances. As midfield, Icarus, Mats to the back corner. Anima Killer gets the dunk. Bump in midfield. Avatar Mans will race back for it. But the ball still under contention. HSG Pronoia. And they just find a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room. They can take game 2 with it. Sunset Olives need those opportunities to get close to the net. They need to find their own space. They just can't get there. Now live in midfield. And Quest with a gimme. And Eddie Scarf Gang Pronoia on game 2 are taking down Sunset Olives. We may be in for another short series. Sunset, maybe to the back wall, Anima Killer. Great place to clear it out is Icarus. Matt, that's pinched out, Avatar Mans. Sunset Olives, trying to wait here, trying to play their game plan, but HSG Pronoia, this is their game plan, their time, and it's another for Icarus. Yet again he scores, yet again he takes over. And the ball just continuing to fall through for HSG. They're looking so good, so much better. And HSG Pronoia, with 10 seconds to go, will walk into game 2 and dominate. One away now from that main event spot. The number 1 seed coming into this tournament. And, well, even though they couldn't get as many wins as they maybe wanted to, they couldn't go 3-0 today. 3-1 isn't that bad either. I don't think they're going to be complaining too much. That is if they can win this next game. It's going to be a tough thing to do, though, because Sunset Olives have given them a battle. But HSG, the better team, the more on-point team, the team more in form. And going into game number 3, HSG Pronoia, 1 win away from a top 8 spot. Single elimination tomorrow, so at this point, it doesn't really matter how you get there, you just gotta get there. There's so many teams battling, it's gonna get close, and it's going to get scruffy. This Pronoia's time to take that spot as the Sunset Olives have a little left in the tank. I mean, it's already becoming a pretty long night for a lot of these teams. It's a possibility of 5 matches. It's not a short night, it's not an easy night, but no one ever said it would be for either side, and HSG Pronoia Looking in the midfield, Avatar Man doesn't have this one. Icarus, second touch, bounced up high, Quest can't tuck it in. And Eddie's Scarf Gang. And they've got this series under control. It's just about if they can continue it. The Olives, I mean, they are trying to punch a hole through them. That's a great infield pass, but that final touch from Quest, unnecessary. Well, not from Quest, sorry. From, I think it was actually might have been Avatar Man who had that final touch. Just messing up the Olives' attack. HSG will look to clear this one out again. In comes Anima. Now, Quest waiting in the backfield. Icarus up first, the most aggressive player. Matt will bump in there. Avatar Mans will win the 50-50. So he'll go across the goal. That's a little awkward, but HSG Pronoia waiting patiently for the opportunity as Icarus. This one, bouncing, bump! Anima Killer can't find it. As the net packed with defenders, now they'll spread out a little bit more. This is where HSG Pronoia can really exploit them because Sunset Olives now have less people in that net, less people defending the goal. But they also are willing to challenge up a little higher. The trade-off. You know, you have less net security, but you're able to get the ball out of defense a little bit easier. Maybe a little bit earlier as well. But HSG still upfield, still with offense. They have not let go of this offensive possession since the very start of this game, but crucially, they have not scored yet. And the Olives just need one. That's a great chance. Saved away quickly, and it's cleared along with it. Icarus. He'll get through S-Class Wizard. Quest have redirect for Anima Killer, but again, the Olives just laying on top of this. As yet again, HSG, can they just find the space to work with? Matt off the corner. Matt gets this one! A little over halfway through this game. And Mattias Maximus with the first goal. HSG Pronoia with an upstart against them. And Sunset Olives, they've been asking for those opportunities, and HSG now have to find something. They've had so many chances, and to not score with them, a lot of it's going to fall on them for not being able to score on the opportunities they have had, as this one will go in. Icarus will make sure they'll take one. Multiple opportunities, multiple chances, and it's HSG who even the scoreline. Yes, hello, Mapo in chat. How you doing, my friend? We had BlakLightning with us earlier. Happy to see you're still around. How you doing, Mapo? Welcome to the ATS RLSS Champions Cup 2. The best teams out of the Ascent Tournament Series, Apex Cup, and Ascension Cup out of Season 2. Taking on the best teams out of the Rocket League Splash Series Season 6 Surge Cup and Riptide Cups. Hopefully doing well. We're in round 4 of the Swiss bracket. Both these teams 1 win away from making it to the top 8. Both of which representing the Rocket League Splash Series. And now, Sunset Olives trying to keep this series going, trying to not get swept out by HSG Pronoia. An opportunity nonetheless as Icarus, Matt. Here's this one away, Avatar Man's. A good pop as well, he's got past one. Matt's up for it, but Icarus waiting on the other side. HSG Pronoia only 1 goal away from effectively taking over, effectively being able to win this game. As Sunset Olives get another opportunity waiting. Avatar! Always fit it in! What an angle! Sunset Olives! Is that the goal? That will do it for them. Up by 1 again, and a perfectly placed shot as well. Eddie Scarf Gang Pronoia. It's been their issue tonight. They've just not been able to finish off these matchups. Once things got rough for them, they've got to turn things around. It's not an easy thing to do. Sunset Olives holding the lead, but HSG going to clear this one out. Matt. Easy clear, at least an easy enough for Icarus. S-Class Wizard. Anima Killer. And Heady Scarf Gang Pronoia. Icarus, S-Class Wizard, just enough on it, still in front, and it's wide open. Anima, HSG Pronoia right back in it. And once again, only one goal away from sweeping the series, it feels like. As, oh, wait a second, a disconnect here, Avatar Mans. Out of the lobby, and now we've got to see a 3v2 from now on. Sunset Olive's terrible fortune of Avatar Man's disconnect at a crucial point. HSG aren't going to give them space, aren't going to give them time. It's laying in front, and Icarus will be given credit. The disconnect disrupted a Sunset Olives, and HSG Pronoia. 20 seconds to go, a 1-goal lead. Does that disconnect give HSG all they need to progress to the top 8? This one bounces wide. S-Class Wizard keeping the block out. Avatar Mans has reconnected, but it's Mattias Maximus dunked out of the way. HSG got the 1 goal off that disconnect, but they won't care. The series is over. Heady Scarf Gang Pronoia have advanced to day 2. And for Sunset Olives, their run is not over, but they're now moving to round 5. One more chance to make it to the main event, or die trying. Heady Scarf Gang Pronoia rejoice. Sunset Olives have got one more match tonight. Heady Scarf Gang are in the top 8 now. As Sunset Olives, again, they're going to have to face off in round 5. We have been given another update here. End-to-end Visionaries sweeping Godfall Gaming. So end-to-end, we also saw tonight, also advancing. That's 2 RLSS teams in the main event. Vivo Velocity wins. I believe that makes it 3 RLSS teams. No, it's not. They're an ATS team. My apologies. We are guaranteed at least one more ATS team. 10X Premier and Vivo Velocity playing right now on the Tommy Bucket stream. So the rest to be 2 taking on Hux 25 Horizon. On the Rising Storm stream, and 7 Savages Incorrect Indigo on Fox's stream. And this is all for round 5. Sorry, for round 4. Round 5 coming up right after this. As what a round 4 we've had so far. As again, we're just waiting for those updates, for those teams to let us know what's happening around the league. I can tell you, at least from the Tommy Bucket stream, hopefully I can tell you what's happening on the Tommy Bucket stream. 10X Premier is now leading 2-1 in the series, so only one win. Again, they themselves only one win away. It feels like they're a team that deserves to be there. They've been playing so well tonight. Slither's Horizon's another really fun match. That's on, again, Rising Storm stream. As the Slithers apparently are going to sweep. Slithers are the much higher seed. But the other match you have to talk about. 7 Savages Incorrect Indigo. The 2nd seed and the 3rd seed in this tournament. Both fighting to stay alive. The Slithers, yeah, they're going to sweep right now. It's 5-2 in Game 3. They look pretty confident. The other side, Incorrect Indigo looking to sweep 7 Savages who themselves have had a depressing night of action. But we might be getting a few more sweeps in. But for us, again, that's round 4 over with. We've still got round 5. We've still got one more round of action. But for us, here on this stream, we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will have one more round of action for all of you. Round 5, it's do or die, win or go home. We'll be back with probably the most exciting part of this Swiss bracket. Welcome to round 5 of the ATS RLSS Champions Cup 2. One more match tonight, one more team to see themselves in the main event. But that also means we are one match away from seeing what we haven't seen yet, a team get eliminated. We just ended off round 4. What an ending that was. 10x Premier finally getting the main event, taking down Evo Velocity. Visionaries with a sweep. HSG Pronoia, who we saw get a sweep. In the lower bracket, Horizon, Breeze, and 7 Savages are all been eliminated. 7 Savages being a huge surprise coming into this event as the 2nd seed, but it also means for all the 135 teams, they're all out of the tournament right now, which I'm sure a lot of people will be sad to see, but we got some great matches in this final round. Sunset Olives taking on ODU Monarchs Silver, which will be on this stream. Godfall Gaming versus Incorrect Indigo. Team Evo Velocity versus Slitherous V2. 3 more matches tonight. 3 more teams to make it into the main event. And a big determining factor, because we're also going to see 3 teams get eliminated as well. It's our final match of the night. So for you, Fox, I know you've been here all night. Now you're joining us here. This is it. This is the final round. This is do or die. These teams don't have any more time to wait. Just thank you for the gifted sub there, John. If you're gifted a sub by John, make sure you say thank you. But before we get into our match, Fox, you guys just talk about, you got to talk to us and tell us about just how much this matters to these teams, because teams like ODU Monarchs Silver, they've made it to top 8 before. They want that return.
Yeah, for sure. An event like this, it goes on for quite a while. You've already been through 4 series, and you're here at the 5th one. Your entire tournament comes down to this. You've enjoyed it for 4 rounds, but now round 5, now it's real. It's go time, and I've had experience playing against the Monarchs, me and my own team. We have gone the distance with them, a very talented team. This is my first time being able to see the Sunset Olives, which have quite the logo there. That is quite the little olive. He looks ready to go, and Sporty, I believe that we are all ready to go. Let's get this one kicked off and get on to round 5.
Yeah, let's not sugarcoat this one. It's a good series, and it's one that we're here again. It feels very familiar for ODU Monarch Silver. In the last Champions Cup, coming in as a high seed, they only made it through to day 2 in round 5. In a match like this, now they take on Sunset Olives in a disadvantageous position. The Olives are on the blue, part of Sunset Esports, a very small organization, but one that has a representation in this tournament and could see themselves in that top 8. ODU Monarch Silver looking to make top 8 once again in the very same place they did it before. This is round 5 of the Champions Cup, and a huge opportunity for ODU Monarchs, because this, and Sunset Olives, this is where they can make it. If they don't, their run is over.
And Sporty, I am seeing a Cybertruck on the pitch. It belongs to the ODU Monarch side. Not quite sure who was in it, but I did get to see it. So you always love to see you love to see the unique presets and all that good stuff. So
that's Nas, aka Keo. By the way, obviously went by Keo in the last tournament, goes by Nas. We even called him Keo earlier today, but apparently, and he told us in between rounds, he actually prefers going by Nas. So ODU Monarch Silver trying to get themselves in. It's round 5. Both these teams posturing. I think we're going to be seeing a pretty safe series overall, especially in Game 1, when either team really wants to be the one to make that first mistake, to make the error, to give up anything.
Indeed, for teams that perhaps have not had their tournament lives at risk, if they've been sort of upper round matches, having your entire tournament come down to 1 series, you start to feel the nerves a little bit. So it might take a little to see the teams kind of reach their full potential, although it's looking like a chance for the Olives might develop here. NASA's got to touch it over, and another chance. 50 up and high. I mean, one chance, one after the other off the backboard. Mew Jr. finally finds a way through, and the Olives are on the board first.
They needed that goal as well. A huge start for the Olives, coming in as the team that's expected to win here. The Rocket League Splash Series themselves have a lot to uphold. Last Champions Cup, they had more teams make it to top 8. They had 5, or I believe actually no, it was 6 of the top 8 teams. In this event, they are on track to doing that again. They, I believe, have 3 teams right now. They might be able to get to a relatively similar number, although ODU Monarchs want that representation. It will be inched out, cleared away by Mew, who did come into this tournament as well as a pretty late substitution from the Olives. So Mew Jr., who himself is a very solid player, I've seen him before on the stream, very, very good, but on a roster that he's not exactly used to. Sunset Olives, who used to go by Olivate Gaming, trying to get used to him all night long, and well, but they've made it this far. You would think that one more round they might be able to do just a little bit better, as Dan here's this one away, kept in by Mew, but it will be midfield. S-Class Wizard Only as far as Flip Out and ODU Monarch Silver keeping the ball upfield. Nas cleared away. Now he'll look back for Dan. ODU Monarchs midfield options there. It's across the net. Mew can't take it. Nas off the back wall. Up goes Flip Out, and that net is open for him. And ODU Monarch Silver even the scoreline.
Both goals we've seen up and off the crossbar. It seems like some height advantage on these defenses is working just a little bit. Nice high shot there by Flip Out. Good setup as well. Both teams getting set up on passing plays. Ends up putting the shot high. Bardowski and in. Both teams now goal, and now you start to see the nerves erode away slowly but surely.
ODU. Maybe it's an opportunity for them to take over, although that's a mistake. That's going to be answered quickly. Mattias Maximus will take the lead back for Sunset Olives, and it didn't take too long for them to get that answer. A whiff on the back wall from Dan. No one in that. And Sunset Olives will take every goal that comes their way. At this point, it's not about how pretty they are. It's just about getting to that final day because, I mean, quite literally, for all these teams, their life is on the line.
And shout out to Mew. Substitute. I almost cast her, Kirsten, but it does end up making the stop. But substitute with a goal and assist. 100% goal participation for him. He is looking pretty strong. Good start here for him and the Olives. And now ODU going to have to try and find an answer after the mistake cost them the tie game. But a team like this, like ODU, they definitely have the firepower. Now it's just if they can execute.
Well, and that's what they need to do here. Flip Out already up for it. That net's open. Flip Out, double tap, and he's hit it. Oh, what a beautiful shot. ODU Monarch Silver right back at him.
It's basically just set the dinner table. Flip Out going to sit down and have a big bite. Not one, not two, but three. Gets the little triple tap. He falls into his own ball. Nice shot again. And ODU Monarchs, just like we said, they tie the game. That's huge. We got a little over a minute and a half remaining, and both teams tied. This is where it starts to get a little bit nitty-gritty.
And this is going to be a huge battle, but Nas and ODU Monarch Silver, they've battled back, and now it's their turn with the lead as Mattias Maximus with a very errand touch just right in front of his own net. A bit careless from the Olives, and ODU Monarch Silver will make them pay.
Looks like Nas is pronounced Nas, thanks to the
Nas?
chat. There's a lot of support in the
I didn't
chat
even
from
pronounce
both
the correct
teams.
name correctly. I pronounced him Keo earlier today because that's his old name, and now I apparently can't even pronounce his own name correctly. Now do they even know what his name is?
That's Mama Keo, so I believe
It's his mom.
the mother
It's
of
his mom.
Nas, and that is going to be a goal for S-Class Wizard.
Surprisingly,
as
we've had a couple moms today as well. We had Hugh Dog's mom show up as well on this stream. He'll be very happy. Hugh Dog will be happy, and his mom will be happy. I'm sure she's happy because Hugh Dog put up Affinity Sapphire going 3-0 today. They're on this stream twice. So shout outs to all the mothers that we've had. We had a couple of them on this stream so far tonight.
Mama Keo says he needs to go back to Keo. You got to do what Mama says. Gotta keep her happy. That's going to be a pass in front. Flip Out with a good defensive positioning. He's going to send this one back downfield. S-Class Wizard does get it up and over one. Chance here for Sunset Olives, just under a minute. That's going to be a bump play, but it didn't work.
And it's fouling right in front. Sunset Olives would love to take that go-ahead goal in the final minute. S-Class Wizard unable to get very far with it. Flip Out. This one just kind of awkwardly shuffling around. Matt, Dan, pinch this one wide. Flip Out. Already up for it here. And ODU Monarchs. Nas not able to get there. As Sunset Olives back the other way. Infield. Mew Jr. not first to it. Flip Out is back in time. And ODU just playing safe. Maybe playing a little too safe here. The Olives are closing in, but not able to get to the net. ODU Monarchs with yet another chance. It's back and forth action. Nobody's able to take this one, but as the final seconds approach, maybe who can have that last lap, that last opportunity? The Olives with Mattias Maximus, one-on-one with Nas. That shot kept away by the front post. And the Olives will go again. S-Class Wizard, Flip Out. ODU Monarchs, one more chance at 0 seconds for the Olives. Quickly dispatch of it, and we head to overtime.
In 0 seconds, that's a man you don't want to see having the ball in the air. Is Flip Out. Good defensive play there. Good challenge by Mattias Maximus. Keeping that one close, and now you've got overtime. You get to reset on the kickoff. It's basically the next goal will win the game. That's all you need, and that is almost what you got from S-Class Wizard. A huge save from Dan.
And ODU Monarch Silver holding on. Again, the last time they made round 5, they won by a sweep. it doesn't look less likely that's going to happen here. Sunset Olives, a much scarier team, and a much tougher matchup for ODU Monarchs. Silver, and coming into that last event, they were the #1 seed coming from the ATS, the Apex Cup. This time around, not nearly as well placed. Mattias Maximus. Just a touch in the midfield here. ODU Monarchs getting to the ball as flip out. S-Class Wizard, Olives. Ooh, he's been demoed away. Dan left in the midfield. Matt to the back wall. Second touch incoming, but that's just wide. And ODU Monarchs Silver breathe a sigh of relief. That could have ended game 1 right there. But fortunately for them, the shot wide, the accuracy not there for the Sunset Olives at a crucial moment. And we continue.
I feel like the crossbar has been relatively friendly to teams. Flip Out's used it a couple times. We saw the Olives score first off of it, but that time he got denied. Unfortunately, but Maximus isn't quite done. He did save the game there at the end with a big challenge, but you got to watch out here as downfield Nas has got the winner. Flip Out with the setup, and Monarchs strike first in the series.
A long overtime as well, but it's ODU Monarchs game. Sunset Olives under pressure. The Monarchs, it was a tough road to get here. They lost their first 2 rounds, have clawed back somehow to get to this point. I mean, they had a sweep over Vol Skylight, then they won by forfeit over Hunter X Breeze. For ODU Monarchs Silver, it has been a horrible night when it comes to just getting wins. It's not been easy, but my goodness, they have made it work. Someone in Sunset Olives going in for the substitutes. Avatar Man's coming in now. They're making a slight adjustment. S-Class Wizard off the field, so already the Olives not feeling comfortable. They just lost in upper round 4, so this is it for them. They've got to win here. They don't have any more chances.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, perhaps, substitute, you never know. Somebody might be having a little connection problem. Someone might not be feeling well. But as a team, I feel like Sunset Olives had a very solid game there. I wouldn't change up anything yet. Definitely some time in the series to kind of fight your way back. However, I mean, it's up to the teams ultimately. So we will have to see how it pans out for them.
Well, that's the question of the hour here. What did the Olives do to answer? It was a close game, but just not good enough from them. ODU Monarchs, once again looking to go the whole distance just to get to top 8. The path it has been for them. Again, last time around they had to do the exact same thing. Go to round 5, win there, make it to top 8. They lost in the quarterfinals ever, so I mean, they're trying to turn things around. They're trying to do better. They're trying to one-up themselves. They're trying to do what ATS has not done yet, which I believe is make it to the semifinals. ATS couldn't make it to semis in the last... I don't know if they made it to semis in the last Champions Cup. I don't think they did. Could be wrong, but I don't think they did. Trying to be one of the ATS team to do that here, as already off to a good start. Flip out just wide of the nets. Sunset Olives getting an early taste of what's to come, and it's not pretty. ODU Monarchs Silver still confident.
Yeah, Flip Out's starting to feel it. You can definitely see the mechanics starting to come out from him, and when he's feeling it, he can really be the straw that stirs the drink in the offense for the Monarchs, and that you have to deal with a player of that caliber that can sometimes open the door for some other players, his supporting cast around him. So definitely watch for that, although looks like the Olives are definitely up to the task. They're even creating some chances of their own. Couple saves needed. That one was needed, unfortunately. Mattias Maximus finds the open hole underneath the defense.
And it's a goal for the Olives at a crucial moment. Nas, who went up high, was expecting a much tougher shot. I think he got a rude awakening, noticing that that was not what was to happen. And I was just confirmed correct there. Yeah, again, ATS has never made top 4 in the Champions Cup. They didn't do it last Champions Cup. This being only the second time as we've been to a Champions Cup. ATS, I think the Ascent Tournament Series has a lot to prove. They've already done well getting teams through early, like 10x Premier, and like I believe the Slither Whiffs. No, sorry, with Wet Jets making it through early as well. So you know that ODU Monarchs, so if they want to be part of that group, want to be part of that addition, and
oh no,
well, if no one's defending the net, they might as well be one. Sunset Olives left the net open there, and ODU Monarchs Silver didn't have to work too much to get there.
Almost seemed like the team forgot. Yeah, we kind of get back and kind of defend the house. I don't know if Maximus was expecting a touch from Flip Out. I don't think it really would have mattered if that ball is on target with where he was. It's pretty much in the net, and we got a tie.
Mew had another chance, saved by Nas Matt. The back wall, a second touch there, but and waiting for him, and Sunset Olives closing in. I mean, it's a much better game so far from the Olives, even though they're still somewhat prone to making mistakes. At the very least, they're keeping up with the Monarchs, and you gotta give credit to teams that can keep up, can play that way, because it's not an easy thing to do. After a game one like that, match up, down, now flip out kept out of the way. And Sunset Olives looking for goal. Nas, Mew, who's gone the wrong direction there. ODU Monarchs on a quick break, but Solanalo cutting it off. Again, he's also been subbed into this game, the sub for the Olives. And looking to, again, allow his teams that kind of experience. He himself and Escas Closer have been long-time teammates. Not seeing them together is a bit strange, but when you got players like Mew Jr. and Manius Maximus who are exceptionally high-ranked, Sunset Olives have the recipe for success. It's just about being able to put it all together.
And good solid save there by Solanalo, coming back looking, trying to find something with the Monarchs, but they're going to have to go back and play a little defense. Back stops Maximus. Max definitely been impressive as well, like we talked about Mew Jr. Maximus doing it all for himself. He's going to get another goal. You talk about him, he delivers, and the Olives have the lead.
Manius Maximus shooting to the Maximus. Sunset Olives up by a goal here, halfway through the game, looking to even up this matchup. We could be in for a long matchup. Ironically, we have not seen Game 5 yet today on this stream. We've only seen matches end in 3 or 4 games. I've probably just cursed it now that I said that, but who knows? This series feels like it has the ability to go the distance. The Olives would love to take that. Mew Jr. flip reset. Oh, it just falls in. I don't think he'll mind. The shot wasn't there, but Sunset Olives still get credit.
He got the flip. We'll call it a fake. Either way, it doesn't matter. Nice little touch. It was deceptive enough to beat Nas low. Flip out stopped, worried about the own goal, and in doing so, 2-goal lead here for the Olives. Definitely starting to feel good about themselves. And after a Game 1 defeat, Game 2 going your way with a little under 2 minutes to go here. Right around the corner, up by 2, feeling pretty good.
You gotta be. It's a good feeling for Sunset Olives, but I'm sure the one major thing these teams are all going for is nervousness. I mean, it's round 5. I feel like we keep forgetting to talk about the fact that this is it for these teams. They win and they go through to the main event. They lose and they're out. They won't be here tomorrow. It's a very difficult moment to be in. These teams know it. Everybody knows it. Round 5 is where the pressure really is there for both these teams. And mind you, even if you do win here, you're guaranteed a lower seed. So after that, you're still going to be nervous because you got to play against a tough match. That's a miss there. Mew Jr. makes it 4-1, and Sunset Olives looks to be running away with Game 2.
Yeah, great play here by Maximus. He just continues on the pressure. He beats 2 men in the corner himself. Mew Jr.'s got a tap in, and it is Mew and Maximus, the M names, definitely putting in some great work here for the Olive trio. And honestly, right now, if you're ODU, you need to find a way to try and find some confidence in your offensive game that seems to have fallen off just a little bit here in Game 2.
ODU Monarchs Silver didn't start off well and won't be ending off very well either with how the scoreline is standing as is. Sunset Olives doing what I think a lot of people from the RLSS scene are hoping to see happen. They want to see as many teams in their division make it. And both these leagues had 8 teams each join in. We're going to have a decent mix of both, but again, for Rock League Splash Series, they had, again, 6 teams out of the top 8 were from their league. All the top 4 teams were from the Rock League Splash Series. It's a much tougher time now, though. ATS has got some tougher competition, but still Rock League Splash Series looking to remain dominant. And with goals like this falling through, there can't be too many people doubting what the Sunset Olives can do to add one more to that tally.
Tough for Dan, just no boost to his name there. He does well to clear it away from the first man. Unfortunately for him, there is a second man on the wall. It was Mew. And as Mews tend to do, he floats, flies his way right into the ball. Nice goal for him. 5-1. The Olives are cruising their way to DFH, looking for a tied series.
Manius Maximus looking for yet another goal. Sunset Olives can't seem to get enough of those this game. They're already up by 4. I don't really think they need more than that to let us know how they're feeling. And let us know that they mean business now. They had a tough time in Game 1, maybe a slow start. Made a couple changes. That's all they needed. ODU Monarch Silver now can't seem to understand them. Sunset Olives, a dominant Game 2 victory. They'll add one more to their tally from Matt, as if they needed one more. Matt now has got his hat trick. At this point, I mean, it's been over for a while here, but Sunset Olives adding in an exclamation point, as if that was needed. They've already added in 4 of them. And at this point, Sunset Olives, I mean, this is a confidence booster after game 2. You gotta be feeling like after this game, the momentum is all on their side.
Yep. If you're ODU, you are happy to see this map and this game come to an end. You're just ready to move on to the next game. And you're talking about, this is being the end of the road of the tournament. This tournament has been going on for a little over 3 hours now. Both these teams, I checked.
Over 4 hours.
Oh my goodness, 4 hours. I checked while we were in game. This was both teams' 16th game of the tournament. So you're looking at teams who have both played 16 matches, and we get at least 2 more.
As you said, at least 2 more, maybe even 3, if we're asking nicely enough. I mean, to think about it as well, this is not the only match happening at this round. We've got Godfall Gaming, who themselves made an incredible run and had some insane wins. More, I think specifically Slugworth V2 being the most impressive. If you're not incorrect. Indigo, and speaking of Slugworth V2, they're playing Team Evo Velocity for a spot in that top 8. So we've got some insane matches in this final round. And reminder, it's all the same position. You win, you move on, you lose, and your run is over. The Olives have advanced the game. It's now a de facto best of 3. It's anybody's to take here. This is for match point.
This game has started out kind of bloody. We've already had 3 demos. The game's barely 15 seconds old. Need to calm down a little bit as both teams trying to take out some frustration on each other. And some good chances already kind of for both sides. So game's starting off pretty quick. You can definitely tell these teams have settled into the series. Nas looking to try and settle this ball into the goal. He's going to need a good finishing touch. Didn't get it around Mew Jr., who goes the other way.
And it's now an open chance. Nobody back for the Monarchs. Sunset Olives with a gifted first goal. Where were the Monarchs on that play? They just went up for it, and none of them were back. What was this from the Monarchs?
It was just tough. It was an overcommit there as Nas ended up beating a lot of defense, start to get some confidence based on that fact, but then Mew Jr. out of nowhere, he gets a good touch into lots of open space. All the Monarchs on one side of the field. Mew Jr. said, let's go the other side. He gets a goal because of it.
And, well, there's an answer. Dan with the goal back, so I guess that first goal from the Sunset Olives will be forgotten quite quickly with a perfect shot from midfield. Dan playing it, and the demos from Flip Out. We have not seen that side of Flip Out at all tonight on this stream. The demo-heavy side. We've seen it before. He is a player that will go for those. And I think this is a good time to do it as well after such a terrible game, too. You gotta change things around. Sometimes it's just about being in the face of your opposition. Maybe that has to be a bit more literal.
I don't know about you, Sporty, but this game's starting to turn into a little bit of chaos everywhere. There's demos everywhere, kickoff goals, goals one way, goals the other. I mean, both teams are just starting to swing and the punches are landing.
And that's the fun part of these matches, when those teams start to find those moments, find that control. Monarchs up the field. It's another goal! Dan! Between both defenders, the Olives have not been able to defend the Monarchs. It's been back and forth, but right now, the Monarchs are just... They're not missing. They're not missing the ball, and that's the difference.
Definitely a couple of tough moments here for Solo Nalo. The last 2 goals, he was the defender in good position to tip that ball away from Dan. He missed out on that touch, and he ended up turning the ball over on the second goal. So right now, Solanalo definitely going to be looking to try and make a difference here for his team. That's going to be another goal, and it is Flip Out. The Phoenix with the White Zombas right now are putting in some hard work for ODU.
And Mew Jr. just whiffing that completely. Yet another mistake for the Olives. It has been a disastrous game 3 so far. We're not even 90 seconds in this thing. And it's 5 goals scored, 4 of them from the Monarchs, and I have to think almost every single one of them off a mistake. The Olives, I mean, they have a lot of time, but when you're down this many goals, it's just about stopping the bleeding. They need to get a goal. They really need to get one soon, because if they don't, this is going to be a long, long game for the Olives, and it's not going to end pretty.
A goal would do wonders for the confidence, as the game has started poorly, but you got to think there's still well over half a game remaining. I mean, you just basically need a goal per minute average right now, and that is very doable. So for the Olives right now, it is all about just keeping composed, trying to limit the bleeding. And Flip Out's going to be causing some bleeding. Gets a demo off your screen there, but now Maximus comes towards goal, and Dan and Flip Out say not so fast.
Yeah, but another bump through. Nas Not's demoed, though, and he'll get the block. The Olives pushing even with low boost. Mew Jr. just hanging in the corner. Now Matt's coming in with no boost. Solo Nalo with an overcommits, but Olives will be benefited for that one. He gets the challenge first, but Flip Out Back the other way. Left for Manius Maximus. And the Olives looking again. ODU Monarchs. Silver, another clear. Mew Jr. Just enough on this one, but the Olives still hanging tight. Can Nas get one more? ODU Monarchs. Silver. Have to retreat. Manius Maximus, though, finds nothing in the midfield. A huge pinch the other way. Flip out unable to score off of it, though. ODU Monarchs still the better team right now. The more confident team. The more quality-looking team. I mean, there's a lot of things they're doing a lot better right now. And the Olives just look a bit slow.
That was a little bit of an unfortunate double committal there from the Olives. And there's another demo. Flip out starting to show his muscle just a little bit. Definitely see this game has turned a little bit more aggressive, and right now for the Olives you have to wonder what has changed. I know one thing that has changed. Maximus was in a Finnick to start this series. Now he has switched to the Octane. After such a great game too, it's an interesting choice to switch the car. You have to be perhaps wondering, you know, are the little things like that starting to get to the Olives, and that's why they're down by 3.
Well, it was almost down by 2 there. Mew Jr. Unable to get that shot. Manius Maximus. Then we got Funaz. I think more literally, though, what ODU Monarchs have done better, though, is they've gotten that first goal and they've gotten confident. And that's what both these teams seem to need. They both seem like somewhat emotional teams. They need those first goals. They need that first aggression, because that can lead to more success. It's a bit of an emotional response. At this late in the night, I can't blame these teams. They're feeling a little bit more emotional. As, no way, Nas, he's actually going to flip off his own teammates. ODU Monarchs, Silver. And this one having a little fun, but again, when you start off so well, the confidence just kind of goes with you. That's the difference that we've seen so far this game. It hasn't really been too much playstyle-wise, although the demos themselves from Flip Out has also just been a huge benefit. I think it's one of the reasons that ODU Monarchs are so confident, because they have Flip Out, who's playing so heavy on the aggression, and they're still getting success. As a double tap from Matt! Oh, he left nothing to be desired. Even if the Olives lose this game, that's a huge goal, and they needed it.
Manius Maximus, he made me eat my words. I said maybe the Octane feel a little uncomfortable for him. He says, watch this, bud. He absolutely puts in a huge goal. They got 52 seconds. There is still time to work with on the clock. If they get one, perhaps in the next 15 to 20 seconds, it could be interesting, but the team in need of a goal ends up conceding a goal.
Right off the kickoff, too. That's one way to deflate your confidence. It didn't take more than a few seconds there. ODU Monarch Silver immediately answering.
Dan with the hat trick, too. That was his hat trick goal. And looking at the stats, 8 saves as a team for the ODU Monarchs. So it's not like the Olives haven't exactly made their chances. They've been putting shots towards the goal. It's just the Monarchs have been one step ahead. And Flip Out is going to step that ball right over the defense with a huge dunk and get the goal.
We talked about how one-sided last game was, how that might have a change to the series. We're getting the same scoreline here, just on the other side. I don't really know what to expect in the series. It's been back and forth. We have not had a very close game since game 1. But it does mean, at least for this time being, Monarch Silver, barring some weird miracle from the Olives, will take match point. And that's a huge match point as well for a team like them who, again, lost the first 2 rounds straight. Have almost looked like they would not even stand a chance to qualify for this main event. Now they're in round 5. Now they're fighting for it, and ODU Monarch Silver really proving to us that they may actually deserve this spot instead. Matt with an open chance. Nass will be there. Dan able to get that easy clear, but ODU Monarchs, I mean, at this point it's guaranteed. They just want one more. Dan, one more shot, one more goal. 7-2. As if things couldn't get any worse. It's ODU Monarch Silver who are doing exactly what the Olives did last game and scoring when they really don't have to, just to rub it in.
As someone with a three-letter screen name, Dan and Nas combining for that goal, so shout out to the 3 letters. They put in another goal, 7-2, not quite the Brazil, doesn't matter. ODU with a huge statement game are going to put the Olives on match point, and their backs, their little olive-covered backs, are against the wall.
Old Dominion University, they've been a staple of the Ascent Tournament Series for Season 2. They won the whole thing, but they're finding it tough here after, waiting so long, getting their chance. We'll see how they can do. They came, again, to last event, a much higher seeded team, still struggled to get those wins. This event, it feels somewhat similar. They're struggling still, but you gotta give credit where credit's due. They're finding ways to win, even if it's not pretty.
They are indeed, but the Olives have got the support in the chat. Trash Quest, and Babam. I mean, they're saying lock in. Now is the time. You're still alive in the series. So all you need to do is just find a win here in game 4. It doesn't matter where you are in the series. What matters here is that you stay alive, you get the win.
For only the second time tonight this stream has gone to game 4. We've had 3 sweeps so far tonight. So for only the second time we've been able to escape a 3-0 sweep. This is game 4 of the series as we are getting updates around the league. Evo Velocity have just swept Slitherweb's V2. And that means Evo Velocity are in the main event, so another ATS team gets their way through.
Good for Evo Velocity. Saw them on my stream earlier. They definitely played a quality style of Rocket League, and that same Evo Velocity beat the ODU team that we are watching on stream 3-2 earlier in the tournament. So obviously things can go many different ways. Evo Velocity happy to stamp their ticket in, and I'm sure the ODU Monarchs would be happy to go ahead and stamp their ticket in game 4 rather than have to go to game 5.
As you mentioned as well, these teams, they definitely don't want to be the ones waiting behind. So for now, we're just waiting on these teams to get back in. It's going to be, again, quite the run, quite the tough part of the match for these teams.
Looks like the teams rejoined the old server based on what I am seeing, so we need to relay some information to them, perhaps.
We need to get them back in here. While we're doing that, we're going to go to the webcam stream. Why not? For all of you to see, at least my face. Fox doesn't have a webcam, so you can all point and laugh at him. But while we're doing that, again, other than that, the other match happening right now, Godfall Gaming Incorrect Indigo, happening on the Zach Vexel stream. Talk to me. What do you think about that match? Godfall Gaming today has been a surpriser for a lot of people.
Godfall are just one step away. They did have a high match in round 4. They end up dropping that one via a sweep against them. But yeah, I mean, that team has clawed and they fought their way here. Their losses have not gone their way, clearly. But the fact that they are here in round 5 fighting for a chance, that says enough for me. They've got an Incorrect Indigo squad feeling a little bit iffy after their last series, but they should have a pretty enjoyable series over there on that stream for sure.
Yeah, they should. Well, for us at least, watching the Zach Vexel stream, apparently Incorrect Indigo's leading 2-1 in that series, so they're on the cusp of getting their spot in the main event. They are expected to win that match. For Godfall, it has been a night of, surprises. I don't think anybody expected them to make it that far, and yet here we are talking about them in round 5.
Yeah, it's one of the beautiful things about this tournament is you get to have the chance for those Cinderella type stories, the teams that maybe perhaps don't expect, they get to reach up and kind of play at a level that maybe they're not accustomed to, maybe it's that next step they need to take as a team, and being thrown into the fire. That could be such good exposure. It could be good for the team's development, good for their confidence, and just good for the progression of the game overall. Keep pushing each other, and as long as you keep it healthy, competition is always a good thing in my opinion.
As you said as well, it's a big moment for these teams here. Just waiting on them to get right back into this one. Here we go. Everybody's back in. Sorry about that long delay, everybody. We're just making round 5 even longer for all of you, as if this night has already been long enough. Right back in it. Game 4.
Played 17 games. Now it's 18, and a chance for ODU to stamp their ticket. It will take a win, but for the Olives, maybe that little server mishap, that was the timeout they needed. Now they're able to regain. The game 3 seems like a long lost memory. Now it's time for game 4.
It is, and it's time for and it could be the time. At least it seems like it's the time for ODU Monarchs to punch their ticket to the main event, to that top 8. They win here, they will be in that event, but the Olives have other ideas. Infield, Mew Jr. able to collect on that. Olives still pushing, but Oz clears. It will go all the way back for Mattias Maximus. Flip out. Right back the other way. Avatar Man's up the field. Matt jumping. Dan will block. And Sunset Olives waiting patiently for their time. Mew Jr. Great pinch out, but Olives was looking to play the defense. Avatar Man's to the corner. Pinched in field. But a demo will mean that ODU Monarchs silver will keep the ball and will keep this game scoreless.
I can't be for sure about this information, but this might be the first time I've ever casted a series where I've seen 2 separate substitutes from the same team. We saw Solo Nalo come in, and now it is Avatar Mans who has stepped into his place. So, I mean, right now the Olives are using the whole roster. Not only that, but Mew Jr., a late sub into that, so they're using a sub as a starter too. Like, I mean, this roster playing some musical octanes right now, but it seems to be, I mean, they're here in round 5. All they need to do is win a couple games, and they're into the next day.
And well, it's not going to be that easy. That's for sure. But the Sons at Olives have definitely done something when it comes to these subs. They've always played better when they can get a sub in. Marius Maximus coming into this one. He's been here the whole series, and he's making sure we know this one. And we got a sub in the lobby? Oh, we do. While I make sure we get that sorted out.
We did have the sub in the lobby for Game 3. Clearly that didn't matter too much to ODU. But S-Class Wizard, being a S-Class individual, going ahead hopping out. No harm, no foul.
Shoutouts to him. Thanks, S-Class Wizard. I know the reason he's here is because he subbed in for a couple games, and there's a good chance he might be subbing in again if they aren't feeling good about this game. But, yeah, you talk about it as well. I mean, ODU Monarchs, they're in that kind of zone. They want to focus on this game. It may not be as easy for them, but any outside distractions may not help them.
And Flip Out looking to distract the defense a little bit. There he goes forward again, looking for the bump. He got the bump on Mew. Opens the door. However, the shot was just a little bit wide. The rebound, though, for Nas, another chance. First shot was wide. Second shot didn't have enough mustard. Will third time be the charm? No. Dan gets wiped out, and on the counterattack, it's the Olives.
It's Marius Maximus dunks by Just Dan. ODU Monarchs Silver. I mean, they're challenging, but they're not getting on offense. Sons at Olives would love to see Game 5, what would be the first and only Game 5 of on this stream tonight, but I think a Game 5 that I think we've been waiting for all night long. But ODU Monarchs, so if they can deny that, they can take those goals. That's just in front. Man, they nearly saw it going against them. Flip outs. So here's this one out. Now Marius Maximus. Dan. Nas, who himself has been a crucial part of this ODU Monarchs team ever since it first formed. But can they break out? Flip out. Oh, it's a great bounce. Flip out will charge. Avatar Mans keeps this one away. And ODU Monarchs just waiting for the opportunity, but if they wait too long, the time will run out. They've got to start making the first move here. Sons at Olives dancing the dance. They're the better looking team right now. They're up by 1 though, and every chance could be another one against them. Dan, Nas, across, Flip Out. He's only got 15 boost. He's not even going to go for this. The Olives once again have ball in possession and have time that they can waste.
However much this Olive weighs, it is weighing down on the gas pedal right now. It has been speed, and speed definitely being the name of the game has given ODU Monarchs a lot of headaches early on in this game. Sunset Olives not only quicker in the offensive zone, they're quicker defensively and in midfield. The space that ODU had so much of in Game 3, it is pretty much gone here in Game 4, Sporty.
And it will be ODU Monarchs who need to bring their own aggression right now. Their offense has been lacking here this game, and again, so surprising that after how well they did in Game 3, how well we saw them play, to then struggle like this. The series has been one of many surprises. We can't seem to get consistency from either side as in goes Nas, ODU Monarchs, maybe their chance, a great pass, Dan not able to beat out Marius Maximus. And Sons at Olives, yet again, will keep this way, a solitary goal, maybe all they need to go to Game 5. This one bouncing though, Dan, oh, it was open for him, that should have been tied. Flip out now, he's got the front post, and ODU Monarchs Silver in the final seconds do get the answer and tie the game up.
You had to wonder after so many missed opportunities, shots not hard enough, shots not on target, was that whiff from Dan near the goal line kind of the dagger in ODU Monarchs? No. Nas stays with it. Nas gets the pass. Flip Out does what Flip Out does best. He finishes the goal, and ODU Monarchs have life. They have tied the game. 10 seconds left. We are in golden goal territory.
And this is where things can get very sticky. 5 seconds, counting down. Avatar Mans can't score. Mew not to end it. And we've gone to overtime. And apparently, we are the last match going right now. That means one more teams to qualify. We've had the Some pretty exciting things happening around the league here. ODU Monarchs, can they take this one? Mew Jr. waiting, now he'll clear it out. Sunset Olives trying to stay alive in the Champions Cup. They've got to score here to do it. Dan keeps it away. Mattias Maximus, that's a great first touch. Avatar Man! Oh, it's saved by Naz. And ODU Monarch Silver, stay away. Mew Jr., Naz, Sunset Olives just waiting in the midfield. That one falling, but will it fall in? Mew Jr., that one bumped out. It's open, but it's the Monarchs who will get there first. And Sunset Olives keep asking, keep pushing. But they cannot get the answer they want. They cannot get the goal. They can't stay alive. ODU Monarch Silver now. It's their opportunity. Flip out. This one in. It's over. ODU Monarch Silver will be on day 2. Goodbye. Good night for tonight, ODU Monarchs. We'll see you again soon.
Huge goal from Dan. He struggled. You could see the shot there late in regulation. He didn't have it that time. He makes no mistake. ODU, they weather the storm. That initial push from the Olives was impressive as heck. They had so many chances there at the beginning of overtime. They came with authority. They wanted Champions Field, but ODU, they survive and they move on because of that.
Other than that, the other match we saw got the win. Incorrect Indigo beating Godfall Gaming. So for Fox, our top 8 is confirmed. Here we go, and here we have it. If we take a look at our bracket, let's go to our final event. There we go, our final bracket. Here, Affinity Sapphire takes on Team Evo Velocity. 10X Premier take on next to new Visionaries. Whiffer Wetchets take on Incorrect Indigo. Heady Scarf Gang Pronoia versus ODU Monarchs Silver. What a final bracket we got. These are some incredible teams that have made it here today.
It's going to be some fun gameplay. We already saw some fun gameplay today. I mean, my stream was incredible. I'm sure you guys had a great time over here. Then round 5 here turned into a slugfest. We almost got to see Champs Field. We unfortunately both get denied the enjoyment of a Game 5. Both of my series went to Game 4, but Sporty, it was a pleasure being here. Thanks for having me, and congrats to all the teams moving on. Congrats to the top 8, and pretty much GG's to all the teams who played. This was a incredible day 1 for the Swiss.
As you said as well, Swiss, what a fun bracket we got to see. So many good teams in here. And what I'm going to always talk about is how many RLSS teams we have, how many ATS teams we have. Because for RLSS teams, I'm going to count right now. We have Affinity Sapphire, we have next to new Visionaries, we have Incorrect Indigo, and over HSG Pronoia. We have 4 each. It's an even bracket. Last event, we didn't get that. It was 4 teams. So it was, I think, 6 teams from RLSS and only 2 from ATS. So it's a much more even bracket. But what we should also talk about is the returning teams. Affinity Sapphire is returning to the top 8. So is 10X Premier when they used to be known as Incorrect White. ODU Monarch Silver is back in to the top as well. I think Whiffer Wetchets also made top 8 as well. So we got a lot of returning teams proving that they can do it again. Even with all these teams, all the scene itself improving. What does it mean to have a lot of the same teams in the top of the bracket at that top 8, proving that they have what it takes?
It really gives a shout out to those teams, to the work that I'm sure that they all put in, the chemistry, the belief that they have in each other to make a return. But it also goes to show that, leagues such as ATS, it is continuing to grow in its early stages. And now here in the second cup, it has more teams in the top 8, 4 and 4. RLSS, of course, the wonderful league run over there by the Buckets and all of the admin over there. Both great leagues, and it's awesome to see them combine for a tournament of this magnitude. Not only that, but be able to create a prize pool for these teams to play for. So more than just pride, you're also playing for a little bit of cash as well. So that's always fun, and just some good competition overall. You get your games casted. You get people like Mama Kyo out here, everybody supporting and everybody getting to watch. So, these kind of tournaments, this is what Amateur Rocket League is all about in my book.
Well, as you said as well, what a night, what a great amount of action here as well. My goodness, it could not have been any better from what we've seen. But before we leave, Fox, is there any last things you want to say? Any shout-outs, any final messages you have?
Shout outs to all the admins for this tournament for not hating me. I would not have agreed to cast if I had known it was Friday. So, That was on me. It's been a long work week, but happy to be in the
Hey,
casting
we,
booth
we
tomorrow.
appreciate you joining in for all these matches even then.
I appreciate that. It's been awesome. But over on my stream, all my graphics, I want to shout out you, Felix. He is an awesome individual. He's helped me out a lot with my casting production. So get to see some of that tomorrow. And final shout out for me is Midwest Mafia, the org that I am a part of. It is awesome to be a part of, orgs like this that are able to send teams and compete and stuff like this. So it's, all the love in the amateur RLC.
Well, as you said as well, all the love as well. Thank you all so much for joining. This was only day 1. We've got one more day of action tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. The quarterfinals. We'll be here for the whole day. I know for a fact we've already got a ton of other casters. We'll be seeing people like Fox there as well. Tommy's back. Rhino's going to be taking day 2 as well. So expect greatness. We've got a great lineup for tomorrow. But for all of us tonight, thank you so much for joining the Sportia stream and the ATS RLSS Champions Cup 2. Have a great night. Do well. Be well. But other than that, again, just be here for tomorrow because you won't want to miss it. We've got a great amount of action coming to you guys, so don't miss it. Other than that, I guess shoutouts to, of course, all the people who ran this thing. 50, I know Molly, who was behind the scenes, as well all of our casters for showing up today and being cool people. I don't know what else to say, just what a night it has been. What a day overall it has been. But for me, and to all of you out there who have been watching tonight, be here again tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern for the quarterfinals, and for all the best of 7s. Take care, have a great night. We'll see you guys again very, very soon with more from the Champions Cup 2.